Welcome to the European Competition Day, ladies and gentlemen. Or to be more exact, it's the European Competition Days. There's so much to discuss, so many hot topics ongoing, such an audience packed with great speakers and so many people joining us online that we extend this to 2 days. So welcome to the European Competition Days. Today and tomorrow we're going to discuss what's going on in competition policy. My name is Ruprecht Potzun. Usually I work as a law professor. Don't worry, I won't lecture you for 3 hours now. There are people who are much more interesting than I am. And what better time to discuss competition policy in a time where there are about 1,000 reform proposals on the table. Margrethe Vestager, Peter Altmaier, two of our today's proponents are in the midst of coming up with new laws. There are, of course, real problems. We see a heavy state involvement in the market economy. We have fears that state-subsidized companies from China and digital giants from the Silicon Valley squeeze European companies in the middle. There are people who are complaining about the social costs of competition, so there's a lot to discuss. And we're going to give that a start here in the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy in Berlin, where I am now. If I look in front of me, I see about 20-something heads of competition authorities, people from the ministries of economics from all the member states. It's an incredible view. I don't know whether you see that online, but I've heard that there are very, very many people from the competition, from the business community joining us online, and you are welcome, of course, as well. We start the day with a welcoming address by the boss of this house, the Minister, Peter Altmaier. I give the floor to you, which is your floor anyway, so thank you for having us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dear Margrethe Vestager, Executive Vice President of the Commission, cher Monsieur Directeur Général Olivier Garçon, speakers, panelists, Professor Potzun, and all the people from the competition family joining us online today. I'm not the boss of the house. I see my role rather as a guest of the house. When we look back a little bit over the last 100 years, it has been built by the German military administration to train and to educate the medical doctors of the German army. It served as a ministry in the 20s, as a hospital for government of GDR after the war, and is now the Ministry for the Economy and Energy, and, if I may say so, for today's competition day, we have chosen the most interesting room in this ministry, because in previous times it used to be the aula. But when I was appointed Minister of the Economy and Energy, I took a decision in the early days, and I named it after the first Minister of the Economy in post-war history after Ludwig Erhard. This is the Ludwig Erhard room, and what could fit better, Mr. Potzun, to the idea of competition and of market economy than such a wonderful location. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you. I remember last year when we had a meeting not so far from this ministry, nearby station, the main station, and then the competition family seemed to be somehow in a turmoil. There was a German minister. How could he dare? Presenting a draft concept for an industrial strategy, mentioning some ideas about modernization of competition rules. And there was a very vivid, very inspiring, but sometimes also controversial debate on how to proceed, on what to achieve over the next couple of years. Nobody could know at that time that 1 year later, all the challenges already existing in 2019, like international trade conflicts, like growing protectionism, like technological innovation, and many, many others, would continue to exist. But there was one challenge, much bigger than all the others, and this was the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has almost changed everything. Margarete told us in the press statement that the overall amount of all the member states' programs in order to deal with COVID-19 was, if I listened and understood it correctly, 2.5 trillion. 2.9 trillion even. This is an enormous amount. And perhaps some of you sitting in front of your computer desks and watching and listening will say, my God, what a distortion of competition. But to be frank and honest, the distortion of the competition in Europe was the virus, was COVID-19, not the responses of the member states, or certainly not the overwhelming majority of the responses given by member states. And therefore, dear Margarete Vestager, let me thank you really from the bottom of my heart, and also on behalf of the German government, for all the support given by the Commission. The Commission has examined every single program that we have conceived and proposed. The Commission has required numerous amendments. That is the role of the Commission. But never before, I can tell you, and I'm a former EU Commission civil servant myself, still, by the way, under a personal leave, never before I can remember such a rapid, such a profound, and such a constructive approach to the proposals from Italy and France, from the Netherlands and Greece, from so many countries, and also from Germany. Germany, as a country of a certain size in Europe and in a good economic state at the moment when the crisis broke out, when the pandemic broke out, of course is in a position to help others by helping ourselves. Germany was able to provide programs that have helped suppliers from other member states to survive. And Germany, together with the Commission as a team, together with France and many others, have contributed to solidarity in Europe. Nobody would have expected us, the Europeans, to agree and to unite behind the proposals made by Ursula von der Leyen, French President Macron, and German Chancellor Angela Merkel so quickly. And this was an enormously helpful signal that Europe is united and that solidarity is not just a word, but it has a certain and a very concrete meaning for all of us. So the Commission has adopted the temporary framework as a basis for support measures to tackle the crisis. It's a temporary framework, we all know. And therefore, last year, I have been provocative in some regards. Of course, that's the role of national ministers from time to time. But this year, I say, and I would like to emphasize it, it's our joint interest returning as soon as possible to the normal state of affairs. To the normal state of affairs, because I believe that the competitive order of the European Union is something that is needed and that responds to our idea and concept of social market economy. We have now the instruments to take resolute action to tackle the economic downturn, both in Germany and in other member states. Last week, on Tuesday last week, I presented a first estimation preliminary estimation of the situation of the German economy, and indeed the recession seems to be a little bit less severe than everybody expected, and the upswing is coming somehow stronger and faster and quicker than it was hoped. This is good news, because we need a flourishing economy. We need a growing economy in order to provide, to give the right answers with regard to climate change, with regard to environment protection, with regard to social protection, to education, to digital skills, and many, many other public areas. And therefore, we all hope that all our economies in Europe, across Europe, will recover as soon as possible, and that we can return to the level of strength our economies have had before the crisis in the course of 2022. And also thanks the guardians of competition for their work in antitrust enforcement, the Commission and national authorities showing discernment and flexibility with regard to crisis-related joint ventures, for example, for manufacture of protective equipment and active ingredients. Now, in the German presidency of the European Union, we will, on the one hand, work on recovery and on managing the crisis. It's far from being over. When you look at the infection numbers in most of the member states of the European Union, it's moving into, I'm sorry to say that, but wrong direction. Also in Germany, we have infection numbers every day, somehow higher than we would have hoped for. And the second point is that we want to progress with regard to all the pre-existing challenges I have mentioned. Modernizing EU competition law is one of them. There is a broad consensus, even already before the pandemic, in favor of modernization of EU competition law. That was one of the reasons for my industrial strategy. And it is largely recognized by the Commission, by the member states. Of course, there are still different views as regards details are concerned. But this is something to be discussed, and solutions will be found. I have no doubts about this. We need solutions in the field of digitization and competitive distortions caused by third country companies. We have presented proposals by France, Poland, and Germany to enhance EU competition law, for example, with regard to market definition and other aspects, and thank you so much to the Commission that it responded with an ambitious agenda and its own proposals. We endorse this process, and I have no doubt at all that we will achieve good and constructive results. By the end of the year, the Commission is to put forward 2 legislative proposals on challenges of digitization. First, special rules for large gatekeeper platforms, and second, new competition tools to address structural competition problems. The objective is clear. EU competition law, which is faster, can better respond to distortions of competition, also below threshold of market dominance, and can address such distortions more efficiently through adequate regulations. The German government will use its Council presidency to advance these Commission initiatives. We would like to raise 3 points for discussion without preempting any possible outcome. First, pursue an integrated approach that combines both Commission initiatives in a consistent way. Second, enhance competition policy toolbox. For me, this means cross-sectoral design for new competition tools, no requirement for market dominance. Digital Services Act should impose stricter rules on large gatekeeper platforms. Platforms, on the one hand, in a digital era, are the logical extension of market economy on global scale, because they provide larger choice and more transparency to millions and billions of people. But if monopolies emerge, if gatekeeper platforms emerge, then the transparency can turn into intransparency, and more competition can result in less competition at the end. And therefore, we have to avoid additional bureaucracy. We have to deal in order with and in agreement with the WTO rules, but it is important to consider the problem. And all the other points I have mentioned will be subject of a good and profound discussion during our German presidency. I endorse wholeheartedly the white paper on level playing field instrument. We welcome this white paper as a basis for creating level playing field instrument. Increasing competition between systems. Not everybody is playing by fair rules. We do not want to get into spirals of countermeasures. This is still unresolved. And I'm sure that after the presidential elections in the United States, we will come very, very quickly to a situation where all the unresolved conflicts will be on the table again, and where we will have to provide and to propose answers to the G20 and G7 groups. We have to fill regulatory gaps within the EU system, ensure that companies from third countries compete fairly with EU companies in the single market. The Commission is addressing 3 modules in this context: general distortions of competition, acquisitions of companies, and procurement procedures. We discuss all this together in a spirit of agreement, in the spirit of compromise, and the spirit of solidarity within the European Union. Thank you, Margarete, for coming this year as well. Thank you for sharing with us your views on the challenges ahead of us. And thank you, the people listening and viewing our discussion. We would like to invite you to present your opinions, to present your ideas in a written or in an online way to our general directors, to our ministry, to the Commission, because we need your input and your contributions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Minister. It's my job sort of to fill the gap while people over here take care of all the cleaning arrangements with the lecturer, and that's part of conferences these days. And because, I mean, I have a job now to do which is unnecessary, I have to introduce someone whom you all know, who is probably feared by some, loved by many and respected by all, as they say. It's the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, in charge of the portfolios of competition and digital issues. And of course, she had been Commissioner for Competition already in the Juncker Commission. We are very glad that you are here and will address us now, Margrethe Vestager.
Well, thank you very much. It's good to see you. It may be so, I hope, that someone are following online, but it's really good to be here today because circumstances still quite challenging. And in that respect, congratulations and thank you very much for making it possible to be here in person. I think we have all seen through the lockdown and the crisis all the good use of video calls, of Skype and Zoom and WebEx and I don't know what, Blue Jeans, whatever it's called. Nothing beats being together. So I think it's good to be here. The Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard, he once said, life can only be understood backwards, but it has to be lived forwards. And when I think about the massive changes over the past month, it really strikes me how true that is. When we rang the New Year's bell this year, seems like a lifetime ago, we we set ourselves New Year's resolutions, did our best to plan, to anticipate, to prepare for the year to come. I think all wondering, since it was 2020, well, what would be this new 10 years ahead of us? But within very few months, everything changed. We really hadn't seen it coming, and we were not prepared. And yet, now we begin to understand, looking back. Yet, we must live our lives forward. And that may seem a daunting prospect. The path towards recovery will be a steep and a rocky climb, and the sun will not always be shining. But, as they say, there is no such thing as bad weather, only bad equipment. And luckily, Europe has the equipment to take upon herself the challenge. We have the right starting point. Europe's single market makes our economies strong and resilient. For more than 60 years, we have worked to build a European market where goods and services and people can move freely. So, obviously, that businesses of any size can get the most of Europe's scale. We have a compass to guide us. We have strategies in place because we already, before the crisis, decided we are going to be climate neutral. We are going to make the most and the best use of digital technologies. And that's to make the European economy and the European societies be future-proof. And now it's time to devote all our energy, all our efforts to execute, to deliver on those strategic choices. And to do this, businesses and governments will have to make huge investments, among other things, to fund breakthrough innovations. And the EU will play its part with the Recovery and Resilience Fund and, of course, our new budget. But it's one thing to invest in research and to help European businesses find the resources to develop new products. That only makes a difference if European businesses feel the need to innovate. And competition provides that need, because it means that businesses will have to innovate in order to be successful. And that is why, more than ever, we need competition. We need competition to give Europe's businesses and the entire economy the agility to mount to the post. Our competition rules, well, they help those businesses to rise to the top that knows how to serve their customers well while keeping prices down. And those are just the companies that we need, because they will be the best, and also because of that, they can take up the competition from the rest of the world. There's nothing in our competition rules that prevents businesses from growing. In July, the Commission approved Alstom's acquisition of Bombardier. That transaction brought together two train makers that were already global players before the merger. And we were able to approve the deal thanks to the remedies offered by the parties that preserve effective competition. And then they make sure, these remedies, that the new company will continue to be challenged in its core markets to benefit European customers and consumers. This is just to say that the principles of European competition rules, they are as sound today as they were when the Treaty of Rome entered into force. But every instrument, obviously, need to be turned to changes in its environment. And just as well, we need to update our competition rulebook to keep markets open and competitive, and in particular, when those markets are being challenged and changed by digitization. And that is why, already in the past mandate, and of course challenged by people who saw this coming, Peter, well, we launched, if not the most, at least a very, very comprehensive review of antitrust and merger rules ever undertaken by the Commission. In a world where e-commerce keeps growing, well, then businesses, they need legal certainty on what is and what is not allowed. For example, when to set up and how to set up the distribution of their products in Europe. So we are reviewing our rules applicable to vertical agreements, and we will publish our results very soon. We have identified a number of areas where improvements are needed to ensure that our rules on vertical arrangements are fit for digital work and digital age. So that work is ongoing. Data pooling, data sharing will also become increasingly important to keep European businesses in the forefront of innovation, for example, in areas like artificial intelligence. And when smaller rivals share information, they stand a better chance to challenge and to compete with the market leader. At the same time, we can't allow for such cooperation to be a cover of a cartel. So we have started a review of our horizontal rules and guidelines, so we make sure that they do what they can to give businesses the certainty they need to invest in the future. We also planned to conclude early next year an evaluation of our merger thresholds. The key question is whether existing rules allow us to catch all the transaction that deserves that we have a closer look. And that's not all. Digitization profoundly changes the way markets work through phenomena like network effects, zero pricing. And that has repercussions as to how we define those markets, how we assess the scope. That is why we are reviewing the market definition notice, to make sure that the methods that we use to discover how a market is working, that it's still fit for purpose. Finally, last June, the Commission launched a public consultation on a new competition tool. And such a tool that would allow us to address a structural problem, in particular in digital markets, that can't be dealt with efficiently under current rules. For example, it could be a conduct by a not yet dominant company aiming at monopolizing the market, or markets dominated by a few large players, which raises high barriers to entry. The consultation is closing tomorrow, and I'm encouraged to see that the feedback that we have gotten so far is positive. These new powers, they would go hand in hand with ex-ante regulation. Europe's online marketplaces, well, they should be vibrant ecosystems where startups have a real chance to blossom. They shouldn't be closed shops, controlled by a handful of gatekeeper platforms. A list of do's and don'ts could prevent conduct that is proven to be harmful to happen in the first place. The goal is as simple as ever, to make sure that all companies, big and small, can compete on the merits, whether they are online or offline. So we should hold firm the fundamental principles embodied in competition rules, including the rules on state aid. State aid control helps us to do more with less, by using competition to drive down costs and by making the most out of both public and private resources. Since 2014, state aid rules have required governments to use competitive tenders to hand out subsidies for renewable energy. And ever since, we have seen a remarkable fall in the costs. In Germany, the cost of supporting solar power has been cut in half, and some offshore wind projects now happen with no subsidy at all. Of course, the current corona crisis requires exceptional measures. So we have been using the full flexibility provided by our state aid rules to make sure that states, taxpayers, can make sure that businesses have the necessary liquidity and capital to stay afloat and to preserve jobs. To date, we have approved, as Peter said, an estimated 2.9 trillion euros in state aid across the Union to help mitigate the disastrous effect of coronavirus on human lives and livelihoods. Commission Services has been working round the clock, taking 280 decisions, 13 of which are German schemes and German decisions alone. So obviously I'm very happy with the very nice words that you said initially, Peter, because it has been a feat. But it has been in good cooperation, because yes, we have our job to do, but so does every member state. And we have been having that cooperation with the teams dispersed, working from their living rooms, while teaching their children, maintaining others, arguing with their spouse. And all of that on both sides. I find that we have a lot of thanks to do, not to leadership, but to all the many, many, many staffers who have kept up the work under impossible circumstances for one goal: to help out. All the aid that has been approved has been proportionate and necessary. Obviously, because otherwise we couldn't approve it. Even though it is these enormous numbers, all necessary, all proportionate. And we have put in place safeguards to limit competition distortions. Still, obviously, there are huge differences in the ability of national budgets to respond to the crisis and to help businesses. As a result, there are huge differences in the amounts of aid paid out across the European Union. And this concerns all of us. It's our common interest to avoid an asymmetric recovery and risk even greater divergence within the single market. Because we can only recover strongly if we recover together. At the same time, the strong interconnectedness of the European economy means that support in one part of the EU has a positive effect on cross-border supply chains. And we also don't yet have a clear picture of how much aid has actually reached businesses. Because one thing is budgets. It's a different thing who needs it, who asks for it, how is it dispersed. Or, for that matter, which sectors have benefited the most. We will only have the full overview when our transparency obligation under our rules, when they kick in, but that will take some time. In the meantime, we're reaching out to member states to gather information available, to be more granular, to give a better understanding of all these numbers. And this will also be food for thought, deciding on the way forward. Most of the temporary state aid rules that the Commission adopted in March, they are due to expire by the end of the year. But we will work closely with member states to make sure that they can continue to give businesses the support they need without compromising our level playing field and without continuing longer than necessary. In parallel, we are also working very hard to make existing state aid rules fit for purpose to support the green and the digital recovery. And even in times of crisis and difficult working conditions, we are keeping our ambitious timetable to revise those rules that are most vital for the transition and aim at having them in place by the end of next year. As Europe's economy has become more open and interlinked with the world around us, it has become clear that controlling subsidies from European governments, that is not enough. Foreign investment, it's an important source, it can create jobs, it can create growth, and it's very much welcome in Europe. But it needs to be fair. And that is not the case if businesses can use the muscle of foreign subsidies to undercut or to buy up European rivals. And we need new tools to tackle this problem. In June, we published a white paper, and I'm very happy with the German support to this. And based on the feedback, not only on the German contribution, but from the public consultation as such, we will, of course, review the options for further legislative actions. So far, it has been a difficult year. The challenges that we face ahead of us, they will be different, but they will also be difficult. I still do think that we have the tools and the skills and the emergency to overcome them, to ensure that we create a society that is not only fair and green, but also one that makes the most out of digital technologies. And that, obviously, would be one that serves every European consumer and remains true to our European values. Thank you.
Minister, if you join us here, maybe you take the chair here. Minister Altmaier, if you join us here. Thank you very much to the two of you for your talks. Minister Altmaier, first question maybe goes to you. You are here in the competition community that is sometimes, as you said, not sort of, it's sort of the natural habitat for someone who is a Ludwig Erhard addict, but it's, on the other hand, you have a lot of other stuff on your agenda, not just competition policy. But you're a strong competitor yourself. You compete in politics. You're doing that successfully now since 1994 or so, when you were elected into Parliament. What is it you love about competition? What's the fun thing about it?
Well, not so fun, but perhaps the important thing is that every day in a market economy with competition, you see a match, and in the match it is determined which company is better, stronger, more efficient, more innovative, and it's important to have a winner, but it's also important to allow companies to lose. This is, I think, the most effective and efficient economic model worldwide that we have seen so far. At the same time, and this is something I tried to explain in my industrial strategy, the companies are always dealing with the interest of the company itself. How can I make my company grow? How can I make my company being successful? But there is a macroeconomic point of view as well, and that is the question how to make sure that our national economy, that our European economies can earn the money that we need to finance our social security systems, our education systems, our environment and climate protection policies, and how can we make sure that branches are able to survive. These are debates that we are not organizing totally separated from the business sector. We have to discuss it together. Academic world, business sector, commission, national governments, and then we have to find compromises every time. For example, one point when I was appointed minister was that I believed in climate protection by a transformation from fossil fuel to alternative fuels, especially e-cars, e-mobility. And then I realized, oh my God, Europe is a car-producing continent, but a third of the value of every car in the future will come from batteries. And all the batteries were produced outside Europe. So we discussed it, Margarete and Maros Šefčovič and myself. And then we said, okay, we are not building or producing batteries as a state. We are not deciding whether they are produced or not, but we will support the business community when it is prepared and ready to produce batteries, and then you have accepted the regulatory framework. We have encouraged companies to apply, and today we have 60 or 70 companies in a wonderful competition with the outside world to produce perhaps not the cheapest, but the smartest and the most ecological and recyclable batteries worldwide. And this is an example what you can achieve by a pragmatic approach, nevertheless oriented with regard to Ludwig Erhard and his ideas.
I don't want this to get too cozy, actually, and so I share with you what people said when I told them that I would be moderating this event, and they said, "Oh, do you have a conflict management training for this?" And I think what they had in mind was that competition policy relations seem to be a bit tense between Germany and the EU. Maybe this is a completely wrong view of things, but two things stand out: the industrial strategy, which has already been mentioned by the minister, and also the sort of maybe haggling with state aid in the Lufthansa case. Madam Vice President, you're known for speaking frankly and open-heartedly with us. How bad is it with the Germans in Brussels doing competition policy?
Well, I think conflict is a very sort of misunderstood concept because it's seen as something bad. Conflict is where things change. And when we have discussions, also when they are robust, it's because we change and we do things better. I shouldn't accept the premise for your question because we do not have...
I tried.
Yes. Because we have different responsibilities. And I fulfill mine, the German government fulfill theirs, businesses should fulfill theirs, and we change things for the better. I'm very proud of all the decisions taken during this Corona times, and I'm in particular proud of living on a continent where governments go to these lengths to protect value and to protect, in particular, citizens' lives and livelihoods. But one shouldn't be afraid that sometimes we disagree, also in robust ways, because this is when things open up, and this is when things can change. And we need change, because as said in my introductory remarks, the world is changing. The digitization as such is challenging every sort of old school business concept of gatekeeping, of value creation, of how you can cooperate. And we need competition as a driver also in a new world, and because of that, of course, we should change.
Does that extend to merger control, actually? You mentioned you would review merger thresholds. Would you sort of agree that there is a need for some relaxation of rules, potentially, in merger control? I think this was basically one of the disagreements last year.
Yes, the tricky thing is to take from something specific, which I think would be the Siemens-Alstom decision, and then to generalize that. The Siemens-Alstom merger could have happened. We only had serious, deep concerns in 2 markets, and only because that the companies couldn't or wouldn't produce remedies to remedy those concerns, the merger couldn't happen. And I think the case is kind of proven with the Alstom-Bombardier merger, where we also had serious concerns in a couple of markets. Those were remedied by the companies. We have an approved merger. and a very, very strong player is created. But I think the debate has been very fruitful because I think people realize what it is that we want to achieve, that businesses can grow also by acquisitions, but that they are still challenged. And it's in the challenge that they become better and can be also really great businesses in a global, very difficult marketplace. And the second thing that I think we have achieved by that debate is that we have been much clearer and much more precise on our responsibility, because when we ask businesses to accept the challenge, of course we should stand up when that challenge is unfair, by, for instance, with foreign subsidies that undermine fair competition. And that, I think, is a very positive outcome of something that started somewhat conflictually.
Okay. Minister, you've already mentioned the difficult, if you wish to comment on Siemens Alstom, I give you okay, great.
Oh, yes, of course, obviously, with regard to Siemens Alstom, we had different opinions on how to decide at the end. But what I acknowledged from the beginning was that on the basis of the existing competition rules, you could take a decision as was taken by the Commission. That was not unlawful, it was not against the existing rules. And then the question I have asked in my industrial strategy was, well, could we perhaps modernize it in a modest, in a cautious way, in order to enable the Commission taking account different definitions of markets, but also developments in the future that you can already see, but have not yet occurred, and a lot of questions. And I think such a debate is always important, because when Ludwig Erhard was a Minister of the Economy, similar debates have taken place, and when the GWB was adopted, GWB, then you had similar debates about certain of the notions and the meaning of that. So we were not really in a big conflict, but we were discussing how to take account of such developments. I remember, that was not Margarete herself, but somebody told me that it was not possible to allow the merger in this constellation as it was proposed. Indeed, you had made different proposals, but that was not interesting from the point of view of the two companies concerned. And then he said, well, the Chinese are not yet in Europe, and you should not encourage them coming to Europe. And I said, well, they are already preparing. They have already bought the ticket to Europe. And this is something, now 1 year later, you see, they have taken over a company called Foslo. And then I was approached by other people saying, oh, Mr. Minister, you have to prevent this takeover because they will have access to certain normative institutions and others. And I said, well, I cannot see how to not to allow the merger because there is no argument. It's not a security argument available, no other argument that I could see. So we allowed the merger from a German perspective and did not use the instruments we have by our legislation.
One aspect you both probably agree on mostly is that we need to do something on digital giants or on the digital economy. I mean, Madam Vice President, you've been a champion of the field for years now. Do you expect to have the new competition tool that you have already alluded to in your talk, that we will have that by the end of the year? And can you disclose in very few words what you think will shape this?
As said, the public consultation is about to end. We've had a positive feedback. Most people find that it will be useful in digital markets, maybe also in markets that are digitalizing, because we foresee that the entire economy will be digital. The idea is to say we need a tool to investigate markets that are prone to tipping, if prone to tipping, then to, with the companies, remedy that behavior, which also means that there will be no fines because there are no illegal behavior found, but there may be a market structure that could be zero price, network effects. You could have a few players and maybe some of them, without being dominant yet, having a behavior that is prone to try to monopolize what is ongoing. It's a quite high level of complexity to do that because you have to consider due process. And this is also why we work very closely with the jurisdiction who have such a tool already. The CMA of the UK, they have something similar, and they have used it, I think, with success. So that is the direction we will go in, and obviously we will try to work fast in order to have that tool. Because not only will we then use it, but it will also have an important, I think, deterrent effect. That businesses will know that there is a risk that someone else will reorganize the marketplace and then better let the businesses play by the rule book as such.
There's a lot of work to do for these two people, and unfortunately, they have to go to do exactly this work now. So we are coming to an end of this discussion now already, but we send you our best sort of competition-minded wishes for whatever projects on your mind. Thank you very much that you've been with us. We continue this at 4:20 Berlin time or Brussels time or whatever you like, here with a discussion on an issue that has already been touched upon, namely competition from state subsidies and state-owned companies. You should join us again online, and you in the room hopefully come back from the coffee break as well. See you there. Thanks again to the two of you, and see you in a minute. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first more technical session of the European Competition Day. We are now discussing the topic of a level playing field of companies in competition. And the background to that is that there has been sort of the idea that some companies compete with unfair sort of means. I know that some people from the competition community will hate me when I now start introducing a football metaphor, but I do it nonetheless because we have a guest who is very important to this panel from Barcelona, and so it's sort of in my hands to do that. It is as if you have two teams playing soccer match, say Bayern Munich and FC Barcelona, and it looks as if one team was playing on steroids with doping and beating the other in an outrageous measure. And if that had really been on doping, it would have been a really unfair competition. I think that's sort of how you can describe the debate, sorry, Carles Esteban Mosso, how you can sort of describe the debate that we have on state-owned, state-subsidized companies competing with companies that are sort of controlled for state subsidies in a stricter way. This is the topic of our next session with fantastic speakers, but I leave it to Philipp Steinberg to introduce the topic a bit more to you. Philipp Steinberg is the General Director, the Director General here in the Ministry for Economics and Energy in Germany, dealing with general economic policy. Philipp Steinberg, you've got the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ruprecht Protzun, thank you very much for this very kind introduction and your metaphor, I think, which actually is very telling, so I don't have to say so much. But before I start with my very long 5 minutes introductory speech, at one point in time it was supposed to be 15 minutes, but then we cut it down because of this hybrid format of today's competition day. It's the first time we venture something like that. We venture into something like that, and so there are here some 20 people or so in the room. There are hopefully many more of you online, so thanks for following us. And if you want to participate even more, then please do join the discussion on Twitter. The hashtag is European Competition Day, ECD20. And please join us there, ask questions. Peter Altmaier, my minister, actually, he called me today at 6:30 in the morning, saying, sorry, Philip, I have a few questions. I've read this and that on Twitter. So what about that? So you can be really sure if you put something on Twitter, the chance that he actually reads it, and myself and my colleagues as well, is quite high. So thank you to everybody here once again, to the European Commission, of course, for co-hosting this event, and for my team for organizing it. Margrethe Vestager actually has, in her very remarkable speech this morning, actually she has laid out the program of the Commission on competition policy. And actually, I have to say, I mean, I was really very pleased with this really ambitious program. When I was in Brussels back 1.5 years ago, talking to the predecessor of Olivier Gerson, Johannes Leitenberger, and the Cabinet Vestager, actually, there was quite some reluctance, actually, to really engage in an ambitious reform program. The general tone was kind of, oh, I think we can deal with it the way it is. And then, of course, all of you know, it has been mentioned many times, we had the Siemens-Alstom case. And I think, even though I think the Siemens-Alstom case is, or was at least, misunderstood when Peter Altmaier came along with this idea of European champions. Everybody thought, okay, this is the death of merger control. And it was never meant like that. And those of you who have seen the exchange earlier on saw that I think we have found common ground. But of course, I think what is important, that we keep pace with the changing reality outside. We do have the platform economy. We do talk about a digital revolution, and we do talk about changing geopolitical challenges. And even though most of us will agree that competition policy is not the only, and maybe not even, if I may say so, in this context, maybe not even the most important battlefield, we should not neglect it. And of course, we have all the questions relating to the question of the digital, the platform economy, we will talk about tomorrow. And today, we talk about how to create a level playing field. So what are the questions at stake? I think we face two questions. What is the challenge? And why do we need new instruments? And Carlos will explain us what the Commission is, how the Commission is thinking about a little bit later. Peter Altmaier has mentioned it, and I think this was a point made by Margrethe Vestager already earlier on when we in one of those many discussions on Siemens-Alstom with Peter Altmaier. She said, okay, listen, Peter, it's not only about competition policy. Please don't get too excited with merger control changes. There's so many other things we need to focus on. There is the international procurement instrument debate that is still going on. We have, of course, we need to think of other ways how to create a level playing field. And of course, there are active instruments of industrial policy we need to think of. And so I'm very happy that we are talking about this instrument, this level playing field instrument, and how actually to reach this, how to reach an instrument which helps as one element to create a level playing field. The Commission has proposed different options we'll hear about, and I think that's what we need to do in order to be able to deal with cases like CRR Foslo mentioned already earlier as well, where we just need to have a possibility to see how those foreign direct investments can be looked into. And once again, can be looked into. We don't necessarily need, of course, to prohibit them. I myself, as somebody who is heading the economic policy division in this ministry, of course, we do believe in the merits, in the necessity of foreign direct investments. But if we analyze foreign direct investments coming from state capitalist societies, we do see that they always are heavily subsidized, prices are very much above market prices, and therefore we need to find solutions to this. So let me be very clear to conclude, We don't want to seclude this country. We don't want an island. We don't want to relocate all value chains into Germany. We just want to create a level playing field, and I'm looking very much forward to the coming discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Philipp Steinbeck, for introducing the topic and the German view on that. Before we continue, we now want to get you involved, and I'm now addressing the people basically online who are watching us online, because we have a tool in action that enables you to participate by polling and by also putting up questions to the speakers who are going to take part in the discussion here later on. And people told me that it's very easy to use these tools. I can't do it myself now because I'm standing up here, but it seems that you need, or it's advisable that you have 2 devices at your hands. We are fostering the digital economy here. Use your screen where you watch things, and use your mobile phone to scan this QR code that leads you directly to our polling and voting and questioning, whatever tool. If you do so, people told me it's intuitive, and since you are watching us online, I guess you are so familiar with all digital stuff that I guess you get that done. So if you go there now, we start with a little polling exercise just to see that you sort of are get acquainted with these tools. And this poll relates to our topic, and the first question that we put up to you is the following: NCT, DSA, LPF. Do you know what we are talking about? I hope that everyone in the room knows, but now we want to know from people online. First question, NCT, DSA, LPF, do you know what we are talking about? And I see the results on another screen now, and I see, oh wow, we have many people knowing already what's going on, but it's a split audience, so please, speakers later on, we have to address both groups. Second question coming up is, do you think there is a need for new legal instruments to address distortions of the internal market arising from subsidies granted by non-EU authorities? If non-EU authorities is too difficult for you, you may just say China. Right? So do you think there is a need for new legal instruments to address distortions of the internal market arising from subsidies granted by non-EU authorities? The vote is yours now. This feels like moderating an election evening somehow, so polls building up. And at present, what I see here is that there is a large majority of people in favor, but it's still sort of open. Please keep voting if you can, and I hope you've now found basically everything that you need for doing that. Wow, it remains a pretty stable result of 84% or 83% saying yes, we need a new legal instrument on that, so we can possibly move in the discussion to the how quickly. Now this is the question for experts, the third one. It's the final question of our polling exercise. The European Commission has put forward a white paper on this, a Commission white paper on the level playing field, establishing a level playing field in this regard. And the question is, if you know the white paper, do you think the framework presented in the paper adequately addresses the distortions arising from foreign subsidies outside the EU? So basically what you're doing now is evaluating whether Margrethe Vestager and Carles Esteban Mosso are on the right track, right? If you know the white paper, do you think the framework presented there in the paper adequately addresses the distortions arising from foreign subsidies? You may vote now. Okay, this looks like a very mixed picture. 39% of people don't know, and hopefully you know later on in this evening. But 35% think, yeah, that's okay. 26% say no. You see, it's still a bit moving. People are still participating in the poll. The great thing about this is You've learned how to use this tool. That's excellent. Thank you so much. And you hopefully also see the possibility to raise questions to our speakers. And you can even vote on the questions so that me as a moderator, I can sort of bring up the questions that are closest to your hearts. Please make good use of this opportunity. It makes my job much easier. Before we go into the discussion, however, we have the expert here who tells us how all this is done, and that is, of course, Carles Esteban Mosso, that lawyer from Barcelona, as I said earlier, who made a steep career in DG Competition, in the Directorate General for Competition in the EU Commission, where he is now the Deputy Director General, responsible for state aid, and he will present the white paper, his work basically, to us. Carles, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's great to come back to real events, even if you are welcomed by reminding the Bayern-Barca match. It's good to be here, and in particular, it's very good that the German presidency has decided to devote a full panel to the white paper on foreign subsidies. For us, this is a maximum priority, a project that we want to move forward as quickly as possible, and it's good to see, as the polling showed, but as also we've been seeing during this public consultation, that there's a lot of support for it. What I will do today is try to explain a bit more the rationale and how we have proposed that this instrument could work. And I hope this will contribute to this public consultation with the goal of, at the end of the day, having a better tool and eventually a good legislative proposal. I think it's important now that the European economy is coming back to a recovery that will demand a lot from our business. It will demand that they invest and they adapt to a decarbonization and digital agenda. And it's very important that they can do that knowing that there is a level playing field, that there are clear rules, and that all these investments can be planned in advance, knowing that everybody will play by the same rules. For this reason, the European Commission is, as Executive Vice President Vestager mentioned not long ago, is reforming substantially our state aid rules to ensure that spending can be aligned with the priorities of the recovery plan. But this is not enough. It's not enough to have a level playing field inside the European Union. We need a level playing field globally. Talking about a level playing field globally means talking about different initiatives. It's not about one single one. But there's one area where there is a really need for action, and is the area of subsidies. Why? Because in Europe, for 60 years, we've had a comprehensive system of state aid control that subjects subsidies granted by member states to a detailed scrutiny. And we don't have the same at global level. We have some WTO rules that apply mostly to subsidized imports, but the disciplines are very different from the strict requirements of state aid control. And in this phase of recovery, it's very important that we preserve the integrity of the internal market, that we ensure that the internal market can really deliver the economies of scale that the European business needs. And for this, there should not be distortions on it. And foreign subsidies can distort the internal market in different ways. They could give advantage to companies already active in the European market by facilitating their investment, by facilitating their competition in here. They could also subsidize companies trying to acquire competitors located in Europe, outbidding other players that would not have access to these subsidies. And finally, they could also distort the markets for public procurement, allowing some companies to undercut the bids of other players that are not subsidized. To deal with all these distortions, we need tools that we don't have now. Now, we are well aware that foreign investment is an important source of growth and jobs, and that we should facilitate foreign investment in Europe, in particular in a period of recovery like this one. But ensuring a level playing field should not be seen as a constraint to foreign investment, should not be seen as a protectionist measure. It's simply trying to be sure that everybody that operates in the European market plays by the same rules. Now, the Commission adopted a white paper in June of this year, and the starting point of this white paper is that there is probably a regulatory gap in Europe, that today we don't have the legislative tools that would allow to deal appropriately with this phenomenon of foreign subsidies. I will not go in details, we can discuss this later, but certainly our state aid rules would not help us here. They only apply to subsidies granted by member states. Merger control and antitrust rules do not specifically address the issue of foreign subsidies. Trade defense instruments focus mostly on subsidies to imported goods and have a number of limitations, in particular when we're talking about subsidies to services, subsidies to investment. The FDI screening regulation that will enter into force very soon focuses on protecting security of essential assets, but would not care or would not allow us to care about the economic distortions created by subsidies when there is not a problem of security. And finally, the IPI, the International Procurement Instrument, a proposal still not adopted by the Council, will allow us more to open foreign markets than rather ensuring a level playing field in the European one with regards to subsidies. So we need to fill this regulatory gap, and what the Commission is proposing is a number of alternative tools, alternative modules, as we have called them in the white paper, that could be used together or separately, and that would allow to tackle all these challenges. Let me describe basically what each module is about. We have a first one that we could define it as a catch-all instrument. It's a general measure that would allow the scrutiny of any subsidy that would distort the internal market. They could support a particular activity, a particular investment in any sector by any company active in the EU. It would be an ex post instrument that would allow the competent authority to examine the negative impact that these subsidies can have in the internal market. Some subsidies would be considered in principle to be distortive. For instance, subsidies to exports, unlimited guarantees. Others will have to be examined more in view of their concrete impact on the market. What is the size? What is the market? Is it a concentrated market? Is a market with overcapacity? What is the position of the company receiving the subsidy? Is it a company that already has an important position in this market? If the authority would conclude that a subsidy has distorted the internal market, it would have the possibility to impose redressive measures. In the area of state aid control, the normal redressive measure is to reimburse the subsidy. In this context, this may not always work. So other redressive measures should be possible, including banning some investments, including forcing access to some of the assets acquired, for instance, through the subsidy. The idea is also, in some circumstances where the subsidy could contribute to some goals that are positive for the European economy, to allow it if the balance of benefits overweights the negative impact. That's what we call the European interest test. Now, who should apply this Module 1? What we propose in the white paper is that should be applied together by the Commission and by member states. We get inspiration here by a system that is well known to all of you, the system that we have today for the enforcement of antitrust rules, where if the impact goes beyond one or few member states, the Commission is best placed to act. If not, member states are well located to deal with the matter. And we have a very good cooperation mechanism between the two. Now, besides this more general module, we think we should have also targeted instruments to the types of subsidies that could harm mostly the functioning of the internal market. And certainly, subsidies to acquisitions are one of these that require particular attention. That's why we have proposed a Module 2 that would allow authorities to vet ex ante those acquisitions that would involve some foreign financing of the acquirer. We propose a notification system and a veto power by the authority that has to examine it. In this case, in order to ensure a one-stop shop system in Europe, we would recommend that the Commission is the only one that applies this module. And finally, we foresee also a third module to deal with distortions that foreign subsidies may create in public procurement procedures. In this case, we have set out a mechanism that would involve both the granting authority and the supervisory authority, and here also we would expect that both the national authorities and the Commission would be in charge of applying this module. Now, the public consultation is still ongoing. We've seen a lot of support, but we've seen also questions, issues that maybe need clarification. Let me deal with 4 of these questions straight away. First, there's clearly a worry about the difficulties of information gathering, how the Commission will get information about subsidies in third countries. We are well aware of the fundamental challenge that getting some of this information may involve. But similar problems arise, for instance, in antitrust, merger control, and anti-dumping procedures. And we have been able to apply these procedures for decades. The white paper proposes deterrent mechanisms, for instance, sanctions in case business refuses to provide complete and accurate information. And at the same time, it proposes to be able to act on the basis of the information gathered so far, which should create also incentives for companies to cooperate. Let's not forget that although the subsidies would originate from third countries, the beneficiaries would typically be established or about to be established in the EU, and it would not be so impossible to obtain the information from the parties or the transactions that they want to engage to. Second, the possible scope of the instrument has raised also questions in 2 directions. Some worry about the possible chilling effects on foreign investment, but some others fear that the proposals may not go far enough to prevent harm to the EU internal market. In this context, the potential burden for business has been raised as a possible concern. I think we are taking this very seriously. We aim at having a future legal instrument targeted, proportionate, and effective. And it will be key here to identify the appropriate thresholds, in particular in Module 2 that would require ex-ante notifications of mergers and acquisitions. We do not want to burden business with unnecessary red tape, and we don't want to burden authorities with enforcing the rules beyond what is necessary. On the contrary, we want to help business by guaranteeing a truly level playing field through an effective tool. And I think the design of the overall scheme, that is the fact that we have an ex-ante, an ex-post general Module 1, together with 2 ex-ante, more focused, more targeted modules for the 2 types of subsidies that can be more distortive, is already a step in the direction on trying to combine more effective tools and reducing administrative burden. The institutional setup is also important. How should the different authorities cooperate? As I said before, we want to strike the right balance between ensuring enforcement at EU at national level and inspiration from the antitrust rules in ensuring a system of cooperation between the authorities at 2 levels could help. For Module 2, as I said before, by contrast, we think that a single authority would be better placed to ensure the speed, efficiency, and the one-stop shop that is required, especially at the initial stage of deployment of an instrument like this one. And finally, let me say a word also about our international obligations. We know that any new instrument will need to comply with the EU international obligations. We have received questions relating to the interplay of the white paper with existing trade instruments and commitments in this area. And let me be very clear, we consider that the ideas in the white paper are fully compatible with WTO rules. It is an instrument that will address situations where the international rules do not apply. That's why it will not apply to subsidies to imported goods for which we already have WTO disciplines. But beyond this, the instrument will apply. And it's important to note that it will not create an additional burden on foreign business compared to the one existing for EU-based ones. First, because EU business are already subject to stated rules. And second, because EU business would be equally subject to this instrument if they receive subsidies from third country member states. And in this context, let me also be very clear, the Commission and the EU continues to be committed and continues to have a preference for multilateral solutions. We are not going alone by defending and proposing this instrument. On the contrary, we continue to engage with partners around the world to develop multilateral discussions to build a global playing field with regards to subsidies, and in particular, in the context of the WTO. And here, we continue to be involved in multilateral talks, but also on a trilateral setting with the United States and Japan. So the public consultation is ongoing. I hope I have set a bit the base for a dialogue that will ensue, and I hope we will get a lot of comments, a lot of opinions that at the end of the day should ensure that we can move forward with this process of devising the best tool to protect the internal market from distortions from foreign subsidies. And thank you very much.
We now switch to a real hybrid event because our next speaker is online with us, or so we hope. It is Alicia Garcia Herrero. She is based in Hong Kong, where she is an adjunct professor at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, but she is also a senior research fellow with Bruegel, the think tank, and a chief economist for Asia Pacific with Natixis, a French investment bank. And I hope that our technicians in the back of this room now signal to me that Alicia Garcia Herrero is online. She is fantastic. So Alicia, hi to you from Berlin. You've got the floor now.
Well, first of all, thanks very much for this wonderful invitation. I hope you can all hear me. And if that's the case, I'm going to first congratulate the Commission for this wonderful white paper. It's indeed a very needed exercise. If I have to start with the positive, it's a very needed exercise for Europe. But, and that's going to be my next point, absolutely necessary, but I worry it might not be sufficient. And let me explain you why I think what we really have in front of us in terms of what I would call unfair competition goes beyond subsidies and actually goes beyond probably acquisitions in Europe. So I will follow the line of a blog that we wrote with Guntram Wolf, who is the director of Bruegel on this topic. And it basically goes as follows. China not being a market economy, and indeed the European Union being very much one of the key players in understanding this, because it never granted that position to China, that of a market economy, is indeed becoming, in a way, is transforming, in other words, the competition rules globally well beyond, of course, China's market, but starting from China's market. That's basically the point I want to make here. Perhaps my words will be very different from what you've heard so far. I'm not a competition expert, but I want to bring you to this, in my opinion, very important idea that no matter how much we chase those subsidies, and how much we actually apply these wonderful ideas in the white paper, again, they might not be enough. And the reason is simple. China's state-owned enterprises, and by state-owned, I would actually have an extended definition of state-owned enterprises, any enterprise that is supported strategically by the Chinese government. And a very good example, of course, is Huawei, not being a state-owned company. Any state-owned it goes without saying that this is not only a problem for our single market, but it's also a problem for our companies competing overseas in third markets with Chinese players. So the challenge, as you can imagine, is humongous, because it's about extraction of rents to either subsidize or not necessarily perhaps in that narrow definition of subsidies. So this is important. It could be just the fact that their effective tax ratio is lower because they are state-owned companies, or in strategic sectors, or because the interest payments, being most of the banks in China state-owned, are lower, so that they are supported. All of that kind of implicit subsidies could be the reason, or simply because they dominate this huge market. So then that's the risk on the single market or any other third market for our companies. So perhaps the real question then is, okay, if this position of dominance in China is perhaps the overarching issue that we need to deal with, what to do about it? And there, I think it's important to realize that it's extremely difficult to solve this issue. It's extremely difficult to think of anything we can do about that market, not our market. So what could we do? How to ensure level playing field in a market that by not having it and by not operating as a market economy distorts our market or third markets for our companies? It's very hard to think of this. I think we need basically to think out of the box. We could think of something, like the WTO for competition, so a global, if not a new institution, perhaps the OECD, or I realize that partially you can deal with subsidies through the WTO, but I don't think that's enough, because again, this is about the clash between a market economy and a no-market economy and the distortions that this creates. The other thing I could think of, and I'll try to be brief since we're a few minutes late, is really about the extraterritoriality of our competition policies. How to, and this is for, I'm sure, experts to think about, but how to use our competition policy beyond borders so that we, in a way, frankly speaking, after many years working in China, I doubt we can solve that problem, but at least we can put more force where the problem really lies, which is the Chinese domestic market, not ours. And partially by perhaps imagine the idea of major merger in a certain sector in China, putting pressure on our market, how to deal with that. Can we use our competition policy to put brakes on that merger? I know it sounds like impossible, but it might not be impossible. And I think it would be extremely powerful because you're basically going to the root of the problem, which is Chinese market itself. So in a nutshell, I think while understanding that we may want to think of measures that we control, and rightly so, we still have to think about the overall picture of why this is happening. As an economist, I hear many times by colleagues, that why should I worry? Our consumers are benefiting from these subsidies, and we should all be very happy about consuming cheaper. If somebody wants to subsidize, just go ahead. But we all know that increasingly we're talking about markets with humongous economies of scale or network externalities, which basically don't hold to that argument. Once you capture the market, it's yours. So I do think this is a big problem, and it lies at the origin. Lack of a market economy in China. And that's why I think we need, indeed, and I very much agree with the last point which was made, we need coordination. Extraterritoriality may help, but it won't be the final solution. We need global coordination to ensure that economies behave as market economies as regards their impact on the rest of the world. And that would be my final word. So I would leave it here. Thank you.
You may applaud, I guess. Okay. Thank you, Alicia. There was a warm applause on the internet and also here. I hope you've heard it. I asked Carles and Philip to join me on the panel, and we have a fourth speaker who is also with us now on the panel. That is Michiel Boots from the Netherlands. I hope, Michiel, you are with us somewhere. Alicia stays with us as well. And Michiel Boots is the chief economist in the Dutch Ministry for Economic Affairs and, watch the wording, climate policy. Michiel has also worked for the Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte as a senior advisor in the past years. So, Michiel, you are probably well acquainted not just with economics and law, but also with political and strategic issues, and that is probably something that we need in this debate as well. Michiel, you have heard the three wonderful presentations with very different sort of issues brought up. What's your take on that? How do you see the debate? What do you make out of that?
Well, thank you very much. Firstly, thank you for inviting me to participate. It still takes some getting used to these virtual conferences where we aren't seeing each other in person. Like 2 weeks ago, I was still hoping to be able to fly to Berlin, but I think we just have to get used to this this new way of seeing each other, at least for the next few months, and let's hope that in a year's time we can do it in a more normal fashion. But I'd like to thank the German presidency to give us this opportunity to discuss this this incredibly important issue. And let me start by saying that I incredibly value our current EU competition framework. It's been one of the most stable and relevant cornerstones of European integration. But as Carlos Esteban also pointed out, it does need strengthening. And we shouldn't, I think, say that it's the solution to all our problems, but there is a regulatory gap that with the right strengthening could hopefully help us adapt our common competition policy to modern market realities. And this is the case probably when it comes to certain digital gatekeepers and also for foreign subsidies from large players. And we've been looking at the effect of these foreign subsidies in the past few years on the internal and the Dutch market for some time. And our Dutch authorities have seen certain signs of interest in biotechnology companies, for example, and suppliers of semiconductor industries. Some of these investors from non-European countries, we very strongly suspect there to be a strong involvement of state aid, and we find it hard to see how we can equate that with the level playing field that we want to create within Europe.
and within the Netherlands. And sometimes it's very hard to exactly pinpoint where the aid is, but that is a challenge that we have to pick up, I think, at a European level. And our present analysis has led us to the conclusion that our competition and trade rules don't give us the possibility to intervene in the way that we would like to. And therefore, we find it incredibly valuable that we now have this white paper laid out by the Commission, and that you have laid out several elements of a new legal instrument, because I think that is incredibly important, that within Europe we do this on the basis of a common agreed legal instrument. Taking one step back, I would like to say that that we also have to focus on strengthening our level playing field within the EU. The instruments in the white paper, as I already said, are not a silver bullet. We have to work on fostering the competitiveness of our EU firms by strengthening our common innovation and industrial policies. So I think these must go hand in hand. I think the best way forward for Europe is at the end of the day to invest in our own assets and technology. For example, through our common innovation programs, Horizon Europe. We have to create an environment that stimulates our private sector investment in innovation and research and development. And this is a responsibility, of course, for individual member states, first and foremost, but also a field in which the European Union can help us. So I think this is what we are talking about today. If we combine that with individual and collective efforts to improve our innovation and R&D, could really contribute to a stronger Europe that hopefully also with increasing escalation, which we can all see between the United States and China, could help us stand as a strong player in key technology fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Before we start the discussion, I just want to remind our audience that you can put questions forward to us via the tool that we introduced earlier. So please let us know what you find particularly interesting. I want to set one thing straight at the beginning. Maybe, Carlos, you are the one to answer that. Are we really discussing China here, or is that a problem with other countries as well? I mean, you're speaking of third country subsidies. I imagine other countries hand out subsidies as well. What are the cases that you have in mind, and what are the countries that you have in mind when really drafting this instrument?
Well, actually, the instrument is going to be neutral with regards to third countries and with regards to specific sectors. We want a tool that can apply across the board, that can apply to any kind of subsidy, but also to any kind of unfair financing of state-owned enterprises. When Alicia was saying in China we have state-owned enterprises that could benefit from a lot of implicit subsidies, well, we want to have an instrument that captures these implicit subsidies in the same way that we capture these implicit subsidies within the EU. That is financing at rates that are lower than market rates, granting selective tax advantages. All these should be ways in which country benefits its state-owned enterprises that should fall under this instrument, because that's exactly what we do when our member states finance in this way European state-owned companies. So no particular target, neither in countries, neither in sectors, but a tool that is effective and sufficiently encompassing to deal with all the problems that we encounter out there.
Let me try to ask the question again in a different fashion. What were the cases in point that made you sort of think of this instrument? I mean, just to sort of have some concrete, more specific examples, what is it really that we are talking about? What are the cases where European companies fear competition from outsiders or from state-sponsored entities?
Here, I will disappoint you, because what we want is that this is an instrument that is really based on facts and on a proper investigation of what has happened. If now I would start to identify cases that could fall under this instrument without having done a proper investigation, I would put this in question. So I think many of us have recent examples in mind where maybe there was this situation, but I will not identify any of them. Once we have the subsidy instrument, once we investigate the market, I'm sure we'll be able to identify cases and try to find redressive measures to avoid that they distort competition in the European market.
I hope I'm more successful with other questions today. I mean, examples that come to my mind, obviously, are the cases involving CRRC, a company that is a high-technology company, railway company from China that was sort of seen as a strong competitor to the Siemens-Alstom merger by some, that has bought a German company called Vossloh. Of course, there's the KUKA case. I think it was the first case coming up in Germany where a robotics company was targeted by a merger. These are merger cases largely, but we think sort of in a wider pattern of all sorts of distortions. Philipp Steinbeck, maybe you can sort of address that from a more national perspective. What is Germany's position in this? What is really troubling your mind if you think of why do we do this in the beginning? And Michael, you can prepare because I'm asking that question to you as well right after that.
Well, I think what is very much at the bottom of our hearts actually, as well, at least in the competition community. But I think this is what Peter Altmaier is aiming for as well. We want to protect competition policy with those instruments. When we had the Siemens-Alstom discussion, everybody looked at this merger control and said, we need to change merger control, be it the primary law or at least the regulation. Please change it. And I said, well, you know, even you might be critical because of certain elements, but I don't think that's the way forward. What we need is a toolbox of instruments that can be applied in each situation. I really wanted to take away pressure from competition policy. And that's, I hope we got this argument through actually with the Commission. And Margaret Vestager actually, I think she was very receptive, or she even made this point. And so therefore we really need to see there is no magical instrument which will help us in all situations. But if we do have a procurement instrument, if we do have an instrument, a level playing field instrument, which is, yes, it will be difficult, at least in the beginning, to use it. We don't have any precedent. I just looked at the screen and the question here. That's always the case if we enact new legislation. And yes, I have to think about this EU interest test. I mean, that is something, obviously we know that from the jurisprudence of the ECJ concerning free movement rules, there we have something like that as well, or the jurisprudence that has developed, so we might venture into it as well. But once again, it's really to protect, to let competition policy and competition law do what it's about to do, that is to protect competition. But then in the CRR case, I don't know if this instrument, if we already had it, if the result would have been different. But certainly, I mean, the Bundeskartellamt, Andreas Mund and his team, obviously, competition instruments, merger control instruments, were just not the right instruments here. That was quite clear that had to be cleared. I have no clue if a level playing field instrument would have made any difference. But so that's really important. And yes, we need to talk about the practicalities. We need to talk about the governance. That will be difficult. And of course, I wouldn't call it extraterritorial application, because we monitor the effect in Europe and not, we obviously we have to look into subsidize in other countries, but still the effect is on Europe. But of course, yes, for us and Peter Altmaier and others ask me as well, so what about retaliation and so on, if that a question? So it's really important what Carlos said. I mean, it's not an instrument against any particular country. It's an instrument that actually we want to live up to changing geopolitical realities. And therefore, I was very happy that the Dutch actually, which are, I think, quite fierce, and we are in very many like-minded groups, but they actually came across with their proposition. You know, the first ones who tabled a proposition, very clear-cut, very ambitious, and I think that's really, we were very happy. That helped a lot here in Germany as well, to say, no, it's not an anti-competitive thing. We don't want to fortress Europe, but we want level playing conditions, and we need, once again, a framework. We need many different instruments, a toolbox. That is one tool of this toolbox.
Michael, you want to add to that?
Yeah, well, I can definitely underline the importance of that toolbox. I think that's a crucial targeted, proportionate, and effective toolbox. We also have to do, there's other work we also need to do. We need to develop better knowledge of the industries that we're talking about. If I'm honest, I think I come from quite a liberal political culture where it goes intervening in business models, and I think that's generally speaking a very good thing. But this quite hands-off approach to this, especially very large parts of the tech industry, which have grown and changed incredibly quickly in the past 1 or 2 decades, has created an industry that we in government circles know quite little about. Just to give another example, I used to work for about 10 years in financial regulation, and the financial industry is obviously a very highly regulated industry, which has a banking supervisor, insurance supervisor that knows their industry quite well. They know who the players are, they know what's going on, they know the technology as well. And the same cannot be said of a lot of the digital and tech industry. And I'm not saying that we have to recreate something which is as big as the financial supervisor that every European country has, but we do need to create a better knowledge of this industry, what's going on, because there are huge issues for our consumers, for our businesses, and therefore there's a big responsibility on government. I think that we need to become better aware of what we're talking about. The industry has to get to know government authorities better as well, in my estimation. And only if we have a closer knowledge of what these industries are doing and what it involves, will we be able to effectively apply the toolbox that we're talking about.
If I just may add one point, which is quite important for us. Of course, and Carlos has made that point, but I want to stress it. Of course, what we would really like to see would be a multilateral solution, of course, to all those problems. Of course, this is key. And then we have the eternal chicken and egg question. So what has to come first? So do we continue our efforts within the WTO framework? And yes, I mean, the Commission has to evaluate, but we as well as presidency, of course, we have to make it WTO law compatible. And of course, we believe that is possible. And yes, we want a multilateral solution, but I think, and that's at least my personal impression, that, and still I think this Commission paper from last spring, not this spring, the year before, actually, on EU-China relations, actually, we need to be able to take a bold approach, you know, and that's when I'm in China, I have the feeling China expects that from us. But once again, it's not only a China instrument. There are other really state capitalist societies as well. We have to be able to compete with. Clemens Fuß, I mean, he has coined this expression from the third systemic competition we are seeing right now. And this is really after communism versus capitalism, after competition between democratic capitalist states. Now we have this difference between, and I think Alicia made this point very, very, very rightly so, that we really need to realize different changing circumstances, and that's one of this still. Multilateralism is not that. We still believe in it very, very much, but still it would be naive to just do nothing and hope that things will change.
Okay, Philipp Steinbeck is an optimist regarding multilateralism. We take that. Alicia, maybe this is a point that you could sort of elaborate a bit on. You said that maybe China sort of expects a more forceful sort of approach. Even is that something that you would, from your intimate knowledge of the country, would you say that is exactly what you go along with?
I don't think China expects us to do anything aggressive on the. I mean, maybe they expect it, but not. They certainly don't desire it. You know, rightly so from their perspective. But I fully agree that the cooperation, we can't wait to cooperate with the rest of the world to do something that protects our single market. But I just want to insist on the point that it might not be enough, which doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. But we should already think about the next step and how to get there. And let me give you an example of many, many years ago. I think it was 2012, probably. I still remember, this just, you know, by the mere fact that I've been working with banks and, you know, kind of figuring, not very clearly, but figuring what they do when they lend cross-border and so on. And this was a Huawei 2012 selling handsets in Brazil. And the point was that my dad was trying to lend to Huawei to help them sell handsets in Brazil. But of course, they didn't need any lending from anybody. I mean, China Development Bank would do that for them. And that would allow them, Huawei itself directly, to basically lend to the final consumer in Brazil, who can compete with Huawei in Brazil under such conditions. So I think it was like a 2-year loan to buy a handset for free. I mean, no interest paid. No interest in a country where interest rate was 13%. Who can compete with that? So this is just an example to perhaps clarify a little bit more what I was trying to say about third market competition.
Okay.
Our companies are global companies. We just can't protect them only in our single market. We need to make sure that that level playing field is hopefully exists everywhere. For that, we need cooperation. So I would argue this is the first step for us to take, but we need to think about global cooperation to somehow think of market economies, no matter what they eventually are. Yes, state capitalism. But if you want to deal with the world, as concerns the rest of the world, you need to behave as a market economy. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And you, within your borders and within your market, I mean, if we can't change that, you will still generate a lot of uncompetitive waves. But as concerns third market, we really need to get there. Otherwise, I don't think the single market issue would be enough for us to solve the problem, frankly.
Okay. Carlos, Alicia Garcia Herrero brought up the issue whether this is sufficient. Possibly this is the first step. Just sort of to make things clear again for maybe also the people who are not so familiar with state aid, probably most of the issues she said earlier are already covered by our notion of subsidy. Probably not covered is that you're dominant in China and have the leverage from there. How would you deal with the situation, what she just said?
I think this remark is very important, and it shows that we cannot attempt to deal with level playing field issues with a single instrument. We have different issues to tackle, and each one deserves a separate approach. And part of the problem that she raises concerning the situation in the Chinese market could be dealt with this instrument. And I've mentioned already before that this instrument should allow us to tackle any type of unfair financing to SOEs. And actually, the white paper even considers that if these markets are closed and companies benefit from a strong position in these markets, this is something that we will be able to take into account in our analysis to consider that this is a, let's say, a more aggravated situation. So when we're talking about SOEs, I think our instrument will give us a lot of tools. Now, there may be other companies in strong positions, in dominant positions, not because they receive subsidies, it could even be private companies, but simply because these markets are closed to competition from abroad. And here there's another proposal of the Commission that is directly addressed to this, and this is the IPI, the International Procurement Instrument. It's a proposal that was made already in 2012, it has been revised in 2016, and it's in discussion at the Council. I think this is a tool that would allow the EU to say to international partners, unless you open your markets, we will close our public procurement to you, to put it in very simple terms. This is a tool that would be very important to have in parallel to the tool about subsidies, right? Because it will allow us to force market access abroad and also reduce disadvantages that some companies may have. We can also do that maybe in a bilateral context. The European Commission is now negotiating an investment agreement with China. That could be also a tool to foster market opening. So at the end of the day, what we need is to combine different instruments to try to create this level playing field. And certainly, as I said, and everybody has agreed with, the multilateral road continues to be there. Now, we've been trying for years. It's a difficult one. We should not stop trying, and maybe having our own unilateral tools will create the incentives to sit back in the multilateral setting. But I think we should not continue to rely only on the multilateral. That would be our preferred, but we need to be realistic. If this is not advancing, we need to have our own instruments, and then maybe we'll progress also in the multilateral front later on.
Let's move to the instruments itself a bit more. And in Module 1, you have a really strong sort of, or looks like a very strong and encompassing tool to scrutinize abuses or scrutinize foreign subsidies, actually. And I take up a question from coming from the audience when I ask you, how is that ever to be enforced, and how sort of shall possibly I rephrase what people on the internet ask us, sort of how do we deal with that on a national level with member states authorities, the European Commission? Possibly that's a huge amount of cases coming up if the de minimis rules are as low as you have proposed it at present. So how do you imagine working that, and how do you imagine sort of aligning that and getting that sort of into a good way, particularly if you have a criterion like the EU interest test, which is probably a bit vague, if I may say so?
Well, if we look, for instance, at Module 1, which is the most broadly encompassing, what I would see is authorities receiving either market information, either complaints, either acting sometimes ex officio from information that they gather from the market, and doing first a relatively quick review, trying to gather information and understanding whether this is a problematic case, yes or not. If that is the case, we would open a second phase where we would be able to go in much more deep. If the first phase we conclude there's no problem, this would not require a lot of formality. I think we want to keep this instrument a bit discretional, that it allows all authorities to decide where the priority should be. The findings should be based on facts and on real evidence, but the prioritization of the different cases should be a bit open to be sure that we deal with the important cases from the beginning.
Do you feel that national and European interests could sort of clash in such cases?
I really don't think this would happen normally. I think we would all be aligned in ensuring that there is fair competition in the internal market. National authorities would focus on the real national cases, and the Commission would focus on cases that have a broader impact in the internal market, as we already do it in the area of antitrust. But in the area of antitrust, we have also a tool that if one particular authority would decide not to intervene, the Commission could open the case and get the competence. It's something that in the area of antitrust we don't use because everybody is aligned, but it's always there, ensuring the Commission to intervene in case one authority would decide not to do its work. And this is an instrument that we would also have it in this field and would ensure, I think, even more than in antitrust, that everybody is aligned.
Philip and Michelle, I take it that it would be the antitrust authorities on the national level dealing with that. I mean, they haven't yet dealt with subsidies, or at least most of the authorities I know. So more personnel, more staff for Andreas Mund and all the other presidents of competition authorities in this room.
Well, I mean, it's too early to say. I mean, obviously, this is something which would be like a straightforward solution, but we haven't made any decision on that yet. And Andreas Mund, they have to deal with already a lot of new tasks right now. Obviously, if framework conditions are there, then that could be a possibility. But I think it's important that we have this cooperation relationship, Commission and member states. We know that from other areas, merger control and so on. So I think it should work. I mean, obviously, it's not an easy task, and obviously we have module 3 as well, the public procurement module, kind of, where we still have to define the relationship between the IPI, if it is to come, which, you know, I mean, obviously there are discussions on the European level. We are in the Ministry of Economics, we are favorable for that, or in the government in general. Still, it's not an easy discussion within the German government as well. And the first discussions in the working groups have shown, obviously, that there still is some need for clarification and really to delineate all those different instruments we have on the table. We will certainly discuss that tomorrow as well concerning the platform economy instruments, a new competition tool, anti-regulation and so on. So all the delineation of that still, I think, as we see it, it's a preliminary judgment that the three modules, in a way, they are complementary. They try to embrace different situations, and whilst we need to work, of course, on the details. I mean, now we have the consultation. We need to close the consultation. Then we need to see how we actually overcome those challenging questions. Of course, once again on governance, on cooperation, on enforcement, on reciprocity, on WTO conformity, and of course, then in the public procurement area, of course, the relationship with other instruments. But I think that can be done. That has to be done. That's what you have to do in other areas as well. And I think it's really more honest to say we need more instruments. Yes, it will create some complexity, at least in the beginning. But at the end of the day, it will be helpful. And it's much better, I believe as well, than the approach we see in the United States right now, which is really a totally spontaneous, case-by-case political decision case using all kinds of instruments, which is really not what we need in Europe. Legal certainty instruments that can be challenged in court and so on.
I don't know whether you want to add on that. It doesn't seem to be the case. I don't see him and don't hear him, but
Are you speaking to me, or?
Yes, exactly. Sorry.
We have which industries which have existed for the past decades, we are much more well acquainted with, and that means that at a government level, at a supervisor level, or at an antitrust level, we have to get to know these businesses better, these industries better. Our authorities have to be in the position that they know what's going on and that they can also share their experiences at a European level.
That's something that I've actually been wondering about ever since I've heard that the Bundeskartellamt in its investigation of the fossil CRRC case had sort of difficulties in getting the relevant documents from CRRC. Probably it's unlikely that the investigatory team of a European competition authority goes into China and searches premises or whatever, obviously. But do you think there will be practical difficulties, or will these practical difficulties be overcome and we are able to even assess what's going on? Maybe. Please.
Yeah, I'm convinced there will be a lot of practical difficulties. It's definitely not easy. I'm as you say,
they're not fly in with a team to Beijing or and then visit all these companies on site. But I think a lot of the analysis can be done from behind the desk in whether it be in Berlin or The Hague or Brussels, but it does require more than just a lot of the more regular work that antitrust officials have done in the past, and it definitely won't be easy. I'm convinced of that, and we won't always get all the information that we're looking for. I'm also convinced of that. I think it could actually require sometimes a different way of looking at the problem, in that you shift the burden of proof also to the firm itself if there are indications that it has not been acting as a comparable business in normal market conditions. Because I think without changing the burden of proof in certain cases, you're never going to be able to get the case, even when you know almost certainly that distortions with state aid are taking place.
Alicia,
may I add something?
Yes, exactly. I thought you can add on that.
Yes, thank you. So I can't agree more. I think this is extremely important, what Michael just said. Without turning the burden of the proof, we'll have a very difficult time. Just think about, what has happened with companies, Chinese companies listed in the US. And the extreme difficulties, which now explain why we had cases like Luckin and other companies that had to be asked to delist because of the lack of financial, relevant financial statements to the point of fraud. And why? Because basically China's national security law and related laws make it very simple for the company to say, I can't provide any documents. It's just against it's against my legal background, and I can't do it for you. So basically, again, it's a clash of economic models, if not political models, which will make it very difficult for us to impose anything unless we switch, as Michael said. Just as a reminder, US negotiators for the trade war have been trying very hard to get this famous list of subsidies, which is, basically a no-brainer that doesn't exist because it doesn't work that way in China, and their hands are empty. So why would our hands be fuller? I think it's very difficult. So the only way is to, as Michael said, to switch the proof of the burden of the proof to the company. As much as it may look unfair, I think that's the only thing we can do.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Another question that's coming from the audience that I find pretty interesting is it possible to reconcile a level playing field with 27 different tax systems in the EU? And maybe behind this question, there's another question, namely, are we even credible in what we are doing here if we do hardcore investigations of subsidies from foreign countries, while we are handing out trillions of euros at present as well? Or do we sort of, is that really a level playing field from our side as well? And what, next question, sorry, two interesting questions. And what does it mean for state-owned, state-subsidized companies over here that are, we have, in some countries, we have strong state-owned companies. Do we treat them on a level playing field if they go abroad?
Well, first on the crisis measures, it's true the Commission has, as the Vice President just explained, approved 2.9 trillion in a matter of 4 or 5 months, but we've done that within a framework that ensures that all member states play by the same rules, and a framework that imposes a number of conditions to ensure that the aid is proportionate, that the aid does not create undue restrictions of competition. Let me give you an example. For recapitalizations of companies, we impose a ban on further acquisitions unless the state goes out from the capital of the company. Well, this doesn't exist in other trading partners that have been also subsidizing companies, but without imposing any types of conditions that would restrict that would eliminate, let's say, the distortions of competition, without going further and talking about the type of remedies that we have imposed, for instance, in the Lufthansa case, that forces to open some hubs to competition in order to compensate for the distortive impact of the aid. No? So even if there has been, let's say, a lot of aid approved during the crisis for good reason, we have done that within a framework and imposing some restraints to the beneficiaries of the aid, which others do not do. So that's basically what we are requiring, to have a framework that applies to all. Now, beyond the crisis, state-owned enterprise in Europe are subject also to obligations under state aid law. First, transparency obligations. We have a transparency directive that is applied and forces member states to inform us about their financial changes with the state-owned enterprises. And then when we look at an investment of a state in a state-owned enterprise, we would look whether this is done as a private investor would do. So we are already submitting our state-owned companies to a disciplines in terms of subsidy. So simply what we want to do is to send this discipline to any company that wants to operate in the internal market, not to create more burden, simply to treat everybody equally.
Okay. I'm not sure you answered the question on whether we should align European taxation systems, which was of interest to our audience, but that's a tough cookie probably.
No, of course, state aid has its limitations, and one is that a subsidy needs to be a selective tax advantage. No? It's not about harmonizing tax law. That's not the role of a state aid, but it's the role to identify when there is a selective tax advantage granted to one company or one specific sector that we can examine, and that's the idea to do the same thing with this instrument.
Okay. We have 3 modules in that white paper, and the first is scrutiny of foreign subsidy in general, the second is more specifically going into merger control, and the third one on public procurement. Now, I had the impression from our discussion now that those in charge, so the politicians and you guys, you favor an encompassing approach with all 3 instruments. I don't know whether that is feasible or whether there's a choice, but where would you set priorities if you had to? So if maybe Philip, this is something for you. If you sort of had to set priority, this is something that we definitely need to get done now. Which one of the 3 modules would you address first? I'm not sure how the political sort of environment is for these proposals, but it could well be that maybe you don't get the full cake at once.
Well, once again, I don't want to sneak out of this question, but I think you need a flexible instrument that is adapted to the challenges we see, and so therefore, I mean, I would be reluctant to single out certain modules, even though, like being responsible for public procurement policy in Germany as well, we need to look into the relationship between IPI, then there's a communication from DG GROW as well on the application, what public procurement authorities can do, and then this new instrument. I do see a case that has some beauty, actually, a theoretical case of delineation, so that might be possible, but still we need to look into it, because, I mean, once again, as what I said earlier on, as much as I welcome the initiatives of the Commission, and Peter Altmaier just told me when I had a brief chat with him walking over, he said, oh, he's so happy that the Commission is so active and actually has taken on the challenge. Actually, still, of course, we need to make it work, and we shouldn't be over ambitious. So we need to really make a case that each instrument is necessary, and yeah, public procurement is very popular right now at this moment in time. So we just have to see. So I would really say let's evaluate the consultation, and let's see how the discussions in the council working groups, what will be the outcome of that, and then that's a usual procedure actually. We have to really deal with concrete problems and really see how would cases be solved. So that is I think the way forward.
One of the issues at stake is the sort of de minimis rule for such subsidies, particularly if you think of Module 1, which seems to be the most far-reaching one. And in the proposal, I think it is 200,000 euros in the course of 3 years, if I get it right. This seems to be a very low figure in my eyes. I don't know whether you are gambling and hope, okay, if we say 200,000, we end up 500,000, and that's fine with us, or isn't that sort of overburdening companies? And is 200,000 in 3 years really sort of a value where you would say, yeah, this is something where we should put powers into from our staff? Carles, maybe you can justify that figure a bit.
I think we have included this figure because it's the de minimis that exists for European stated law control. It's 200,000 in 3 years. It's the de minimis that applies inside the EU. So that was our starting point, let's see. But this is one of the elements on which the public consultation should give us insights on whether we should maintain the same one for European companies that has the advantage of equal treatment, or we should think about a higher threshold there. I think where the thresholds will become particularly important is for Module 2. There, really, we want to identify the deals, the M&A that needs to be captured by this ex-ante control. And it doesn't mean that if they are not captured by Module 2, we will not be able to intervene, because we will always be able to look at them ex post under Module 1. So we have always a safety net. That's why maybe we can be a bit more focused on Module 2. And here it will be important to identify the right thresholds.
I think this threshold President said it. 100 million
we have
turnover.
This 100 million as a turnover, but we could also think about other thresholds, maybe on the volume of the subsidies, or maybe even on the value of the acquisition. So we could think about other type of thresholds, standalone or combined, that would allow us to focus more on really the type of deals that merit more scrutiny, ex-ante scrutiny, because always we will have the ex post for others. And here again, the public consultation, I hope, helps us to identify a bit better what are the thresholds that we should be proposing further.
The, one of the issues coming up from the audience again is the compatibility with international law. You mentioned that in your talk already. Maybe that's a quick answer. You are sure that goes along with WTO obligations, or do we have to sort of renegotiate anything there?
From our point of view, this is perfectly compatible with WTO. Of course, we've discussed that very much with our experts in the legal field, in the trade field. First, a big part of what this instrument covers is today not covered by WTO rules. Any subsidy to investment, any subsidy to services, there are no real disciplines in WTO. And second, in any case, we are not thinking that we are subjecting foreign companies to a stricter standard than the one that we subject European companies to. So I think we are quite confident that we can deliver an instrument that is effective and at the same time is compliant with WTO rules.
Philip.
Just very quickly, if I may come in here, I mean, just to remind ourselves, I mean, I think what is pretty obvious, but sometimes it seems to be forgotten in these technical discussions. I mean, what we are trying to do here, I mean, it's called level playing field instrument, and it's just to create equal opportunities, so to prevent non-discrimination. And that is the core WTO principle, because we do have state aid rules, we do have merger control rules, we do have anti-abuse prohibition to use a dominant, to abuse a dominant position, and we just want to try in a certain way, as far as it is possible, to apply that a little bit more to companies which are heavily subsidized from foreign countries, and then which behave in an unfair way. And of course we have to establish the standards. But that seems to be quite important. Because in order to live up to the challenges of the geopolitical challenges we are seeing, I was on a panel at the Bruegel annual meetings a few days ago, and there the question with Olivier Gasson, by the way, and there the question was: so does the role of the state change after the COVID crisis? And I think we agreed quite a bit that, of course, and you mentioned it rightly so, that there are strict limits that the involvement of the state has to be reduced after completion of the task and so on. But what is quite clear, I think, that some of the challenges we already saw before the crisis, and that is, of course, once again, changing geopolitical power relationships. That is digitalization, platform economy, what we are going to discuss tomorrow. Of course, other areas a little bit less, but those are highlighted by the crisis, and therefore, I think it's important that we take on this challenge.
Michael Butz, you worked for the Prime Minister in the Netherlands for a while. I said that earlier. And so maybe I can ask you this power question that Philipp Steinbeck brought up this moment. Do you fear that we will see some form of retaliation or a new trade war or something that all people who are engaged in free trade and competition would love to avoid? Does this tool have the potential to sort of spark new interferences, maybe also for companies from Europe that seek access, say, to China or to other countries, that where you sort of are hesitant to endorse this?
I'm convinced that there is a risk of retaliation, but I'm also convinced that these are times that have seen a lot of the traditional rules, a lot of the traditional way of doing business, at least over the past 10, 20 years, have been upended much more radically than we had expected, I think, even 3 or 4 years ago. And I think the European approach of doing this step by step, a rules-based approach, that we are looking for a way that we can do it with the rule book in one hand, is a way that we can explain it to our partners, to our trading partners, whether it be China, the United States, or others. And they may not like the results, But I think the way that we are approaching it, you cannot accuse us of being simple protectionists or people who are prepared to just shred the rule book and just come up with whatever suits them. On the one hand, I think we have to sort of abide by this traditional approach, this Europe, which I think is the bedrock of the European Union, but also why we are such valued trading partners for almost every country throughout the world. But we also have to show a flexibility and maybe a streetwise attitude that sometimes we've been a little bit too slow to adopt that. But it's also slightly harder for us, I think, as 27 or 28 member states than it is for a country like China or the United States. So a lot of flexibility will be required of us, because I'm afraid there's quite a significant chance of an escalating trade war between China and the United States. Everyone who reads the paper can see that. But even what we've seen over the past 3 years of the Trump presidency may just be the start of something that could get a lot more nasty over the next decade or decade or two. And that will require a lot from all of us. And I'm not sure if we will. No, none of us have a crystal ball. I'm not going to make any forecasts either, but I think we should be prepared to go down this path. If we aren't, then we really will find ourselves regretting it.
Alicia, maybe a question to you on this. China's response, and also maybe you can elaborate on it briefly, please, on a point that you made in your statement earlier, where you said that probably it's nowadays other markets than the traditional markets that are at risk. I think you said that nowadays Chinese companies work with network effects, etc. Do you see them coming to Europe anytime soon, the big Chinese platforms? I think this was sort of the background to that.
So first of all, I think given what's happening in the US and in India for that matter, I mean, Chinese platforms are looking at us very carefully because they're really worried that we will follow suit. And that answers the question. Obviously, they are very interested in the European market. And I think we need to then understand first why others are blocking them. Is it just strategic competition? Is it defending their own giants? You know, think about Indian embryonic giants. Or is that the reason, or is there something else? But beyond that, I just want to add very briefly that I am not sure we should focus on SOEs only. You know, if you look at Forbes 100 plus out of the 500 largest companies in the world are Chinese. Yes, indeed, other than 23, they're all SOEs. But, you know, let's be honest, the definition of a state-owned company in China and ours is very different. As far as, you know, as I know, they won't accept that, say, Sinopec is indeed, maybe it's a central as a company, but it's listed. The float is about 9%. For them, that's already not a state-owned company. So the point is, we need to be sure that we cover what we want to cover on the one hand. And second, I don't think we should focus only on acquisitions in Europe. What about Greenfield? Greenfield can be very powerful for them to, I mean, it's basically this, it's a different channel. And the question is, I understand that with Model 1, this might be covered, but I just want to make sure that we all kind of understand that it's very hard to, if we are narrowing the definition, we may pay the price because it will actually go beyond that definition. And that's very important. On the retaliation, just 1 minute, surely, because this is crucial for China, absolutely crucial. It's about not being able to use a state-driven mechanism beyond borders. And if you have already, you know, as many large companies in the Fortune 500 as the US, you know for a fact that you need that for those companies to continue to survive. The return on assets is very low in China. They need foreign markets. So this is extremely important. And for, you know, on that token, I'm sure that there will be retaliation. We should be ready to, we should understand that from the start so that there's no surprise. And then, as Michael was saying, some countries may, some member states may, you know, feel the pinch and change their mind. We should all know that this is going to happen.
Thank you. I think this brings us to a point where we can only hope, or if you agree, sort of, that that's an important instrument, that Commissioner Vestager shows the same stamina that she showed on the Silicon Valley giants, on others, towards Chinese companies, and maybe member states that suddenly find out that some of their exports to China have it more difficult than before. So interesting political issues to come up. Carlos, last and final question of this panel goes to you. You have put up the consultation paper. It's a 50 pages, fantastic read. You should all read it and comment on it up to the 23rd of this month. So send in your submissions to the Commission. They received a lot of favorable sort of feedback here, but that's not representative, we have to say as well, the 83% in favor of that tool. How do you expect to go on? So first question, what do you see as the most important obstacle in the coming months after the consultation process ends, and when do you expect to see that in practice?
Well, so far we are very reassured by the very positive, let's say, feeling or even explicit support that we have received from member states, from the Parliament. I was at the International Committee on Thursday last week, almost support from all groups in the Parliament.
From the business community? From the business community as well?
We are waiting for the results of the consultation.
Okay.
But what I've heard so far is positive. The tool is needed, of course, with an eye on not creating undue administrative burden for business, which is a concern that we share and that we want to be sure that we are targeted enough. So this is very encouraging that at this stage there is so much support behind this idea and this proposal. So there's also a sense of urgency that we share. So we would assess the results of the public consultation. And if all this is confirmed, I think we will move very quickly towards a legislative or more than one legislative proposal. Then what it comes is a more technical work, as Philip was saying, to ensure that all these modules work well together with other initiatives, and that we have a proposal that can go quickly through Council and Parliament. It's still a bit too early to give exact dates, but certainly the sense of urgency is there, and we will move as fast as possible, as I think we've done so far in this process. 2020, 2021? I think 2020, it's almost materially impossible, but 2021, certainly.
Okay, we're going to see that at the next European Competition Day, whether it's in action already then in 1 year's time. This was the first day of the European Competition Day, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank our 4 panelists, Philipp Steinberg, Carlos Esteban Mosso here on stage, and Alicia García Herrero in Hong Kong, and Michael Boots in The Hague. Thank you so much for participating, particularly the 2 of you that we have not seen all the time, but heard very well all the time. Thank you, those of you in the room, and those of you online, of course, for your questions, and make sure to tune in tomorrow again at 9:30, that is, when we discuss platforms and the reactions to COVID-19. So a lot of other interesting questions coming up tomorrow at the second day of the European Competition Days. And I leave it at that. Wish you a good evening if you're in our time zone, and see you tomorrow.
Everyone, to day 2 of this wonderful event. My name is Christina Nordlander. I will be your moderator today. In my day job, I'm a partner and practice leader at Sidley Austin in London and Brussels. It's an honor, great honor to be here. Day 1, of course, will be a very, very difficult act to follow. But for those of us lucky enough to be here in person, we had a wonderful dinner last night, where the state secretary hosting the event said two very important things about today. First, he said, day 2 is the real thing, because that's when the bigwigs have left and the real experts are taking over. And then he also went on to thank me for my excellent moderation, so job done already, which feels good. I also want to reiterate what was said yesterday about this beautiful room where the ministry is hosting us, and also about the joy of being here in person with many of you. Wearing business attire, I feel somewhat professional again, having left my hoodies and t-shirts at home, which is wonderful. And I know that for many of you, including our national enforcers, including many of our speakers and heads of agencies, this event is actually the first time that we travel in many, many months. So I hope you agree with me that it feels a bit special. And I'm very happy to have so many of you with us here in the audience. We, of course, have a fabulous online audience. I know yesterday it was a very large audience. I'm hoping it is today as well. And I'm hoping everyone will remember all the technicalities about how to participate and vote and do the polling that we will be doing a bit later today in the interactive sessions. So today we're going to focus first, in our first session, on the digital world. We will have presentations on the European Commission's ongoing proposals and consultations on the new Digital Services Act, on the new competition tool, and I'm hoping everyone listening knows that those consultations actually close tonight. So hopefully you've already given your views. If not, you can still work on them this evening. We will then also today hear about some wonderful European startup success stories, and I had the joy of hearing a passionate account of this last night, so I'm sure today's session will be as passionate and engaging as what I heard last night. So these are B2B platforms that were launched for chemicals and metals, and based on some very creative legal advice, some good technical solutions to get it done quickly, to avoid any potential antitrust pitfalls. And of course, the importance of that is that our authorities don't only need to regulate and enforce, but they also need to give guidance and legal security to the business community. So that's also something we'll be discussing in our sessions today. And then, of course, after a short break, I'm told it's going to be a very short break, so quick coffee outside. We're going to have our heads of agencies in our second session from the EU, Germany, and Spain. And we will be hearing about how their respective agencies have dealt with the COVID crisis, how they've adapted their tools, how they've adapted their procedures to deal with the unprecedented effects we've been seeing. And we will again in that discussion also link back to the digital sector, which of course has become, in these virtual times when we're all working at home and doing everything online, has become even more important possibly than it already was. So all of that is coming this morning, but before we launch into all of that, we're going to have a video address by Bruno Le Maire, who, as you know, is the French Minister of Economy and Finance since 2017. He was also prior Minister for Food and Agriculture, and he's been the Secretary of State for European Affairs. Bruno Le Maire has not shied away from making controversial statements in the past, so I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to tell us this morning. He's made some pretty strong statements about competition law, about the need to overhaul our EU competition rules to promote European champions, and this was, of course, after the Alstom-Siemens merger decision, which has been mentioned many times already. He's in favor of a digital services tax, and he's also made statements about the exceptional economic measures required in the wake of the COVID crisis, that he is ready to deploy all means available to protect companies by increasing share participation, potential nationalization. And he's also said the state is responsible for protecting its industrial flagship companies. Exceptional circumstances need exceptional measures. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing what Mr. Le Maire has to tell us this morning. And with that, I will leave the stage to our video presentation. Thank you.
Dear friends, I wish I could have been here with you to debate on such a strategic topic. And I'm glad that so many high-profile academics, policymakers, and regulators are taking part in this conference. Competition is at the very heart of the European market economy. It is key for citizens and businesses to have access to better products and services at competitive prices. It is absolutely key for innovation. Our duty as decision makers is to preserve competition and to adapt the rules when it is necessary. Competition rules cannot be considered as something static and set in stone. To remain efficient, competition rules must evolve to address the challenges of today's economic reality. The first challenge is that our competition framework must adapt to European industrial ambitions in today's world. The world economy has become more brutal and is changing at a stunning pace. Every year, Chinese, Indian, or American industrial champions are emerging, while very few European ones are appearing. These giants might not be playing by the same set of rules. We had very good news in July when the European Commission approved the acquisition of Bombardier Transportation by Alstom. A stronger European entity will emerge and will have the assets to compete with the Chinese public company CRRC. This is the path we have to follow if Europe wants to remain in the technological and industrial race. In other words, if Europe wants to remain economically and politically significant in the world of tomorrow. We must gather our industrial strengths to create industrial champions with the capacity to compete at the global level. To this end, we need to update our rules, to put them more in tune with the challenges facing us. We need to modernize merger guidelines to assess the relevant market. We believe market dominance must be assessed at a global level and not anymore at a European one. EU merger control should also take into greater consideration state-controlled and subsidized non-European competitors. This is directly related to the second challenge, the one of interest today. The second challenge is about building a competition framework for the digital age. Digitalization has brought wonderful innovations and new services, social networks, price comparisons, websites, and marketplaces are used every day and appreciated by Europeans. But we now face markets which tend towards extreme concentration, with a small number of very large international platforms reaping most of the profits. I would give just one example. Apple's market capitalization is now larger than the capitalization of all the CAC 40. It is a competition issue when these companies develop strategies to lock in their users in their services and ecosystems, or when they systematically acquire promising and innovative firms which could have become competitors. We can solve these competition issues with a new regulatory tool. The upcoming proposals of the Commission, the Digital Services Act, and the new competition tool are steps in the right direction. We are actively working with the Commission to find the best tools to implement. The European Union should implement a regulatory tool which prevents any anti-competitive behavior. We should not wait for our European companies to be overtaken by foreign giants to react. This regulation would specifically target digital platforms that had acquired dominant positions on the market with significant network effects and acting as gatekeepers. It would prevent locking in and predatory strategies with tailor-made and proportionate measures. Defining the right measures is critical. This is critical for technological development and the competitiveness of European companies. I know this concern is the top priority of my friend, the Executive Vice President in charge of competition policy, Margrethe Vestager. And I would like to commend Margrethe for the tremendous job she's doing. I believe we will move forward on this new competition framework in the following month. This is even more critical today, as the first winners of the COVID-19 crisis are the digital giants. I wish you a great conference, and I hope I could attend the event next year. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have a presentation on stimulating competition in the platform economy by Damien Gérardin, and a very brief introduction first to Damien. He has founded his own firm earlier this year, I believe, Gérardin Partners. He's a professor of competition law and economics at Tilburg University and also a visiting professor at University College London. Very impressive background from Yale and Cambridge and King's College. He is a prolific writer, as many of us know. I've read very many of your articles. And maybe I'll just mention a few days ago, I believe, you published an article entitled Competition Law and Digital Gatekeepers. Too many studies and too little enforcement. So I think we can look forward to a pro-enforcement view from Damien Gérardin. And I leave the floor to Damien.
Well, thank you so much, Christina, for this kind introduction, and thank you to the German presidency for inviting me today. I'm delighted to be here. I have some slides which I will indeed show. And indeed, the title of my presentation is Stimulating Competition in the Platform Economy. What I would like to do briefly is to introduce two instruments that the Commission is putting forward. One is the so-called DSA package that would provide for ex-ante regulation of digital gatekeepers. The other one is the new competition tool. So if you think about the competition issues raised by large online platforms, I think you can regroup them into three categories. First of all, there is a lack of competition on some key digital markets, and this may be due to several reasons. First of all, you have markets where, due to certain characteristics such as large economies of scale, direct and indirect network effects, the winner will take it all. And these are markets that will tend to be monopolized therefore. Then you have closed systems. An example of closed system is the Apple App Store. And I seize the opportunity to say that the ACCC announced this morning that they will conduct an inquiry into app stores. The second problem is that digital gatekeepers may leverage their market power to do two things. First, to engage in exclusionary abuses, such as, for example, vertical leveraging through self-preferencing or tying. The European Commission has pursued these type of investigations in the past few years, but they also may use their market power to engage in exploitative behavior, for example, by imposing unfair trading conditions on their users. The third problem is one that has been abundantly documented in several recent papers. It's the strategic acquisition of firms threatening their market position or potentially, competing with them at some stage. An example that is very often cited is the acquisition by Facebook of Instagram. When you read the 2010 decision of the CMA on that transaction, it makes you smile because I think it was a bit naive. These companies are incredibly acquisitive, acquiring literally hundreds of companies over the past decade. So these are the three problems. Now, one question that has been heavily debated is whether competition law is the right tool to address these issues. And competition law is a wonderful instrument. It's very flexible, it's versatile, and it allows enforcers to address a wide range of issues. Now, it has some limitations. First of all, in the EU system, there's an enforcement gap, the so-called monopolization gap, because Article 102 requires a finding of dominance. Competition investigations, to be manageable, tend to be narrow. They also take a lot of time, for good reasons. You have to show effects. There is due process as well. But in markets that can tip very quickly, that can be a problem. And then, turnover thresholds in merger control will often fail to catch transactions that are strategically important. So there's definitely some limitations. Some of these limitations can be addressed through changes in competition law, but some might require ex-ante regulation. So ex-ante regulation, there's a growing consensus among experts that some form of ex-ante regulation is needed, and the European Commission has triggered a consultation process ending today, as was mentioned by Christina, to that extent. And I think this consultation process essentially raises three important questions, which are difficult questions. The first one is, what should be the scope of ex-ante regulation? So what is a digital gatekeeper? How do you identify digital gatekeepers? What are the features that really identify these companies? The second question is, what should be the content of ex-ante regulation? And there, the Commission is proposing two sets of possible measures: dedicated rules, a set of prohibitions and obligations, but also tailor-made remedies, because it is very difficult to provide for all eventualities on an ex-ante basis. And then the third question is, who should enforce ex-ante regulation? Should there be a new digital regulator? Perhaps, but it might take a long time to set it up, and there might not be that much appetite in the member states for creating a new EU institution. Or should there be an alternative solution, such as relying on existing resources within the Commission? Of course, you can also think about the member states. Should they be involved in enforcement? It's another important question. Now, let's move to the proposed new competition tool. The new competition tool would allow DG Comp to tackle structural competition problems that cannot be adequately dealt with under EU competition rules. And there are two main types of structural problems that are identified by the Commission, depending on whether harm is about to affect or has already affected competition. So there can be structural risks to competition. That refers to scenarios where certain market characteristics that we know well, large economies of scale, direct and indirect network effects, are there, and the conduct of companies operating in these markets can create a threat for competition. And then there might be a structural lack of competition, which refer to scenarios where a market is not working well. You cannot see a competitive outcome. This can be referred to as a structural market failure. So the new competition tool would allow the Commission to intervene before the competition is harmed, in the presence of structural risks, but also once competition has already been damaged and the market is no longer functioning well. That's the case of a structural lack of competition. Now, I've tried to summarize the content of the new competition tool proposal, and there are four distinct scenarios, depending essentially on two questions: whether this new competition tool should be applied to dominant firms only, or potentially to all firms, and whether this tool should apply to all sectors of the economy, or only to certain digital or digitally enabled markets. Now, there are many digitally enabled markets, so the difference between the two options might not be as great as you would think. So the consultation invites firms and academics and individuals to comment on these different options, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what the outcome of the consultation is. Now, when you look at the new tools that would be offered to the Commission compared to the existing competition regimes, well, in option 1 and 2, the Commission can identify competition problems and intervene before a dominant company successfully forecloses competitors. It can adopt remedies. There would be no fine. So that's a regime that is more analogous to the market studies that can be conducted by the CMA. It's not necessarily an enforcement tool where you can seek fines. No fines are not provided for. In option 3 and 4, once again, the Commission can intervene when there's a structural risk for competition or a lack or a structural lack of competition that prevents the internal market to function properly. What are the available tools? Well, in both cases, it can be behavioral or structural remedies, depending on what works best. In the second case, the Commission can also recommend legislative action. My time is up. I just have one more slide. A question that is very often asked to me is how the ex-ante regulation and the new competition tool would interact with each other. Do they overlap with each other? Are they in tension with each other? In my view, they're not in tension with each other. These are complementary tools, and I believe that both of them are quite helpful. Where they might slightly overlap is that in both cases, there would be a possibility for the Commission to adopt remedies. But I believe that the remedies might be of a different nature, and they may be different in timing as well. I think that if you think about the ex-ante regulation, I believe the remedies could be adopted more quickly because the Commission or the enforcement body would not have to conduct a full market study. It could just identify a problem, see that the dedicated rules do not address it properly, and then adopt a remedy. So I believe that one advantage of that could be speed, which is of course an issue in digital markets which can tip very quickly. The new competition tool can also provide for remedies, but they would be based on a more in-depth analysis, which can be beneficial as well in sectors that are particularly complex to deal with. So I think the two tools work well with each other, and I'm very curious to see how things will unfold. I will stop here, and I thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Damien. And while the lectern is being cleaned, I will introduce our next speaker. So to comment on Damien's presentation, we have Diane Coyle, who is the Bennett Professor of Public Policy at the University of Cambridge, and also the co-director of the Bennett Institute. And probably most importantly for today's purposes, she was one of the experts on the Furman report. She's held a number of public service roles, including as vice chair of the BBC Trust. She has been a member of the Competition Commission. She's been awarded a CBE for explaining economics to normal people, I think, in 2018, which is quite a feat. She's also, of course, a prolific writer. She's written a lot about, for example, making digital competition possible. She has advocated in favor of effective policies to make more effective competition in digital markets, to include faster and more forward-looking processes to police acquisitions. She recommends the creation of a digital markets unit, and also has written, I think, in favor of codes of conduct. So all of those things are things we will be discussing also later in our interactive panel. But now I leave the floor to Diane to comment on Damien. Voilà.
So, good morning, everybody, and it's a real honor to be invited here today, as well as a pleasure to be here in person, as a number of people have commented already. So Damien has set out why we're having this discussion. It's the economic dynamics of digital markets, the way that they tip the winner-takes-all consequences, and also the way that certain giant digital companies have behaved. So it's a combination of the inherent economic characteristics and the behaviors that we have observed when certain companies reach dominance in these markets. What's been less clear, and has been quite a long discussion now, is how to tackle the problems. But I very much agree with Damien that we're working towards a consensus about what kinds of ex-ante regulation and antitrust policies and merger control we need to tackle the problems that we've been identified. And in the Furman review, we asked, could this be done in a pro-market way? Could you think about the tools, the whole array of tools possible, in a way that would both create a clear and stable regulatory framework and give that assurance that businesses need if they're to grow and prosper, but also make it possible to have new entry into these markets. And it's now quite a long time since we've seen substantial new entry into the digital markets, and although the digital giants will say that keeps them awake at night, I don't really believe them when they say that. So we're talking about, can we create competition for the market? Also, when we're looking at the kinds of new markets that digital technologies enable, because they reduce transactions cost so much that the scope of the transactions that can occur is much greater, and hence we've had entry into areas like transportation and accommodation. And could we do this in a way where there was some additional ex-ante regulation, but only where needed and not an unnecessary burden of it? We've had for a long time in the UK the market investigation tool, and it is actually an enforcement, it does have enforcement possibilities. In the past, they have forced very big divestments and regulated behaviour changes. The Competition and Markets Authority published recently a voluminous authoritative study on the digital advertising market. I have to admit I've only got partway through it because it's 400 plus pages and quite a lot of appendices too. But it is an incredibly detailed insight into the way that these markets operate. And what they clearly identified was that UK consumers are paying a substantial premium on products that they buy because of the increasing advertising rates, given that Google and Facebook now control access to both types of digital advertising. The digital company's response to this is that if you look over time, advertising revenues have been declining, so how is it possible to say that this has been bad for consumers? And I think the answer to that is that they have a different counterfactual in mind. Their counterfactual is the situation maybe 5 or 10 years ago when the digital ad market was not so important in advertising. The correct counterfactual is what would the alternative be if there were competition, if Google and Facebook did not so fundamentally dominate advertising in these markets. So the CMA is now looking at how to remedy this, but also how to set up the digital markets unit that we recommended in the Furman report. And when you get down to the details of what would the unit do, what would the code of conduct be like, of course the details are incredibly important and incredibly complex. I think some of the elements that we need are quite well known. So for example, self-preferencing is an obvious one. I had some experience at the BBC regulating the way that the BBC's commercial arm offered for sale DVDs in those days, or books and magazines. How did it present the options available to consumers? And it's possible to do it. You just insist that there is a published process, a published principle. Perhaps it's cheapest first, perhaps it's some other principle, but you can do that. So I think self-preferencing is clearly one of them. Clear terms and conditions. Consumers never read the pages. I suspect lawyers are to blame for some of the length of those terms and conditions, but it should be the case that it's easy to understand what they are imposing on consumers, and that anything surprising, anything out of the ordinary in terms and conditions should be flagged up very clearly. Transparency is straightforward. There's very little of this in the way that digital platforms interact on both sides of their markets. And also algorithmic changes and changes in APIs, notifying people about the changes before they happen, not just imposing them overnight, and some process for evaluating outcomes of algorithmic decision-making. So none of this is easy to implement, but I think the elements of what are needed are all emerging quite clearly. We also emphasised very much in the Furman Review the data, the importance of consumer data. There is a data loop that reinforces the winner-take-all characteristics. The big companies gather a lot of data about suppliers on the one side and consumers on the other side. They can use that to improve the products. They can also use it to increase the revenues that they get from advertisers and feed that back in and perpetuate their dominance in the market. And access to data is the key to successful entry. If you are an entrant into any of these markets, search or social media or any other kind of platform, you need to have some kind of access to data to start with. So we wanted to look at data sharing, common standards, and also interoperability. And one of my insights in the whole process of investigation that we went through is that actually some of the network effects are in no way natural. They are engineered in. And so, for example, Facebook has engineered out the lack of interoperability between 3 instant messenger services due to its acquisitions. We can all email each other no matter what internet service provider and email client we use. That's possible in a number of other digital markets. So interoperability is really quite key in allowing some successful entry. It's also the case that the platforms that are using data to drive marketing essentially experience very great diminishing marginal returns to the data that they're acquiring. And if that's the case, they're clearly just using it as a competitive moat. And the advertising model, in my view, drives a lot of the online harms that we observe, the non-economic harms, because the hunt for clicks is so intense. So I think we need to dig into that advertising model. Merger policy and antitrust needs to be more forward-looking because these are not static markets, these are dynamic markets. And one thing that I think will be challenging in the years ahead is to recognise that competition authorities are going to be market shaping. Doing nothing in a dynamic context is shaping the market. And so it ought to be done overtly. And the example I often use is the Competitions Commission's decision in 2009 on Project Kangaroo. When the commercial broadcasters in the UK proposed to create a long-form video platform, it would have been the first in the market, and the Competition Commission banned it because they didn't understand the incentive to have as much content as possible on a two-sided platform because you need the content to drive the consumer take-up on the other side of the platform. And they banned those broadcasters from doing anything similar for 5 years, so until 2014. Meanwhile, Netflix entered the UK market and is now the biggest broadcaster in the UK. So I think we need to be really clear about the importance of market shaping. Another issue I think will come up is the conflict, really, between the way economists think about evidence in these markets and lawyers think about it. For economists, we are looking at incentives and dynamics. We're looking forward to when a market might tip. Lawyers look for documentary evidence, and it's backward-looking. And so I think there will be some implementation issues around what counts as good evidence. I've been talking about GAFA, but I think this applies to all platforms. We very much thought this should be economy-wide. Talking about the digital economy is like talking about the electricity economy. It's everywhere. And so we had this concept of strategic market power, which is a judgment. I don't think you can set out rules in perpetuity about which companies are going to be the strategic ones. So we're calling for reasoned evidence judgment about which ones are in scope, but would expect a code of conduct to be widely taken up and widely followed. And that's what would give assurance to the rest of the economy that they are not falling foul of either the regulations or competition law. Finally, these are not just technical issues. We're very used to thinking about competition policy, antitrust as in a technocratic way, and economists and lawyers are the experts who come up with the right answers. I'm not sure there are right answers here. I think it's really a question about political choice fundamentally and the political will to implement some of these changes. Because as came up yesterday, we're really talking about what kind of capitalism do we want in Europe. And my time's up. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diane. Fascinating. I picked up one quote in particular, which I think kind of gives all of us our mission here these 2 days, which is that what competition authorities are doing, what all of you are doing, is market shaping. That's pretty striking and probably very true in these times. So thank you for that. I think now, if I'm right, I'm looking at the organizers. We're having a poll session. Is that right? Yes, nods. So I will move over to the questions. I'm hoping all of you online know how to do this and have logged into the tool. We're going to have a few questions that we're going to vote on. I don't see the question now, actually. Sorry, give us a second for the questions to come up. Okay. Okay, so I hope everyone can now see on their screen. The first question is as follows. NCT, DSA, LPF, do you know what we're talking about? Yes, no, or a bit? And I freely admit that yesterday when I saw this question, I did not know what LPF stood for, so that was quite embarrassing. But anyway, go ahead and vote on these options, and I will hopefully see the results very soon, in a few seconds. Okay, so I'm seeing live here, yes is winning. I'm going to try to be kind of a sports reporter. We have a big lead for the yes, but it's still shifting. The no and the bit are actually changing places. How do I know when it's done? Do we have the results? I feel like Eurovision. The results are coming. We have... No? I think, well, I can tell you the yes won by a landslide. So, 12 points for the yes option or something like that. So I think we're moving on to the next question. Are you concerned that digital markets might tip in favor of the big online giants, and that therefore early intervention in favor of smaller startup players is needed? Yes, no, to some extent, or I don't know. Please go ahead and vote. Okay, now we see the results. That's interesting, actually. It's a bit of a mix, isn't it? The yes in the lead, but to some extent not far behind. Well, everybody knows. That's good. There's no one saying, I don't know. So that's people have strong views on this. Sorry? Yes, actually, some people don't know. That's right. This is fun, actually. It's a live tool. Well, there seems to be a fairly strong but not completely overwhelming view that yes, we do need some measures here, which I guess captures the presentations we've heard. I think we have a couple of more questions. So are you concerned that widespread use of pricing algorithms might negatively affect competition? Yes, no, or I don't know. Please go ahead and vote. Now that's interesting, actually. That's a big yes. A lot of concern about algorithmic pricing, although still shifting. Okay, interesting. So there seems to be quite significant concern about algorithmic pricing in our audience. And I think we have a final question, is that right? Before we move on? So our final question for this session is, do we need a new or updated competition framework for the digital age? So for example, do we need all these reforms we're discussing today? Yes, the existing framework does not cover everything. No, the existing framework is sufficient, or I don't know. Go ahead and vote. So there seems to be quite a large lead for the need for reform. So we have, I don't know if it's still shifting, but we have 74% in favor of reform, 18% saying no, the existing framework is sufficient. So that's quite a big lead. That's interesting. Okay, I think those were the questions for this session. So now we're going to move on to the next presentation and section, which, as I said earlier in my introduction, is the success story of our European B2B startup platforms, how they did it, what they did, and how some creative solutions were used, and also how I think guidance and legal certainty from our authorities was key to actually getting to the market successfully and quickly. And that presentation will be a duo of Jörg Helwig, hope I'm pronouncing that right, who's the Chief Digital Officer and Group Function Head of Lanxess, which is a German chemicals specialty company. He is the founder of the platform he will be talking about today called Chemondis, is that right? Chemondis? Which is an independent global chemicals trading marketplace. He will be joined by Tim Milde, who's the Chief Operating Officer of XOM Materials, which is a German online platform for selling steel metals and plastics. So with that, I give the floor to Jörg and Tim. Thank you.
I think there's a presentation. Thank you. Well, I'll do that. Well, thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you to the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany, Philipp Steinberg, Thorsten Keseberg. It's pretty unusual for us to be in a room with so many lawyers and government officials and regulators and so on. So we try to behave in explaining to you what Christina just initiated. And thank you very much, Christina, for the very nice introduction. You talked about the passion from last night. I always say it's easy to be passionate about your own story, but it's much easier to have a passionate listener. And I believe it's also a very good headline for today that it's not only sending, it's receiving, it's talking, it's discussing topics which are very important. So my name is Jörg Helwig. I'm European, born and raised in Germany. I also lived and worked in the US for 7 years, in India for 3 years. And before I took my role as Chief Digital Officer, which I'm right now holding, I was running businesses. So I'm not a techie, I'm not an IT person. I have been running businesses all my life. And in my last job, I was heading a global leading part of our company. And I can tell you, I always told my people I love competition because competition kept us being innovative, kept us being alert, kept us being driving every single day to serve our customers well. So that's also a very strong statement from the industry that we need competition to, if we are on top, to be on top, and if we're not on top, to always make it up there. So in my role as Chief Digital Officer, which I took over about 3 years ago, my job is to bring technology into our company. Lanxess is a specialist chemical company headquartered in Germany. We have about 15,000 people, 7 billion euro sales. 80% of our people are living and operating in Europe. What does it mean to bring technology into our company? A company which actually invented parts of the chemistry 150 years ago. It is giving us new tools like data analytics, RPA, blockchain, and so on, to become more efficient, to become more competitive, and to also look at the very important goals of CO2 reduction. When I took over the job, one of my jobs was to also look at digitizing sales. And one of the outcomes of the first analysis was a web shop. Creating a web shop is not the right thing anymore, because web shops are old-fashioned. They're more or less asset-driven, because every customer has to come to me and log into my web shop. And if a customer is buying products from many other companies, then this does not create a value. So we looked at marketplaces for the chemical industry, and they were not there. Nothing really satisfied us, and we made a very strange decision. Why don't we build such a platform? So Lanxess, I founded Chemondis, but from day one onward, we decided to keep Chemondis independent from the mother company, from the founding company, from the company which is still funding Chemondis. Why? Because it is needed to be independent as a marketplace, to be a home for all the players in that industry. And what you can see here on the screen is that our chronological order. So we founded Chemondis in 2018. We brought the domain knowledge of our company into this software company. We started to code. We recruited the first people. We opened an office. Everything independent from Lanxess. So none of the people working at Chemondis have any lifeline to Lanxess. 2 people moved over from Lanxess to Chemondis. They had to quit their jobs. And why did we do this? Because we were looking at some regulations for platforms at this time. And there were some regulations, but some of these things were a little fuzzy and not really identifying what platform business is going to be. So we did a self-assessment on certain things, and we foresaw with a great advisor, Latham & Watkins, Michael Esser will be on stage later on, and created this company based on a strict compliance to existing regulations and to coming regulations, because we believe that this company has to stay independent and there should not be any connection to one of the players in the industry. So we started in 2018, we went live with an MVP end of 2018. We then accelerated growth, and you can see the numbers right now. Today we have about 2,500, 2,600 companies, large companies, small companies, mid-sized companies on the platform, connecting the supplier with the customer. We have about 50,000 products on the platform, and up to now we have transaction value this year of about 600 million euros, so we might hit 1 billion euros this year as transaction value. Sounds large, but the chemical industry is much, much larger. You see the numbers here as well, 640 billion euros in Europe and 4 trillion in the world. So very important that we created a value for the industry, because you need efficiency in these industries to stay competitive. And we also, I will come to this later after Tim's explaining Scrum, we applied speed to this. We did not allow Amazon or Alibaba to come in and grab this part of our business away. We had the courage to go in there and do all these things, invest the money, and now we have a platform which was created in Europe, which is built in Europe, which is run in Europe, and we will expand it globally. And now I'm asking Tim, who's a former colleague of mine, a very good friend of mine, and actually also coming from the same hometown, Krefeld. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jörg, and thank you to invite me. Yeah, so I have to click on the next slide. Yeah, let me introduce a little bit about Xon Materials. So the background is similar. Yeah, we only started a little bit earlier. So we are a venture of Klöckner & Co., which is the biggest mill independent steel distributor in Europe and North America. So we are also completely independent of Klöckner & Co. Yeah, so I worked 12 years for Klöckner, and then I jumped from the, let's say, corporate office from operational jobs to Xon Materials in 2018. But if you can see here, we started the process in 2017, and we as Klöckner wanted to do everything right. Yeah? So therefore, we went to the antitrust authority department of Mr. Mund, yeah, in 2017, proactive, and asked for what should we do as Klöckner to start an independent platform. Yeah? Because obviously, first in steel, we had a lot of issues in the last decades, yeah, of compliance, yeah? And second, we have to show the market that this is really independent, yeah? Because for sure, if this is not independent, ThyssenKrupp, as biggest competitor, for example, wouldn't come to a platform owned by Klöckner. Yeah? So even if there wouldn't be any compliance issues, nobody would come. Yeah? So therefore, we started the process in 2017, yeah? And we founded the company end of 2017 and started 2018. Yeah? And today, it works very well, yeah, and you see a lot of people out in the business are waiting for this kind of solution, yeah, because if you go back in the B2C world, yeah, yes, B2B is different, but as a private person, everybody is ordering online, yeah, but in steel and I think the same in chemicals, there was no platform in Europe and North America, yeah, so we was the first one in steel, and also the steel market is huge. It's around 170 million tonnages only in Europe, and is for me really a critical industry to keep the know-how here. Yeah, and what we saw is today we have, by the way, 50 guys. Most of them are in Berlin. But what we saw is that a lot of people came to us and said, "Thank you, yeah, that you have this kind of platform, because the processes are today so inefficient. Yeah, they send out Excel lists, they get faxes back today. Yeah, I talked today. Yeah, it's 2020. Yeah, you get faxes in the steel distribution. Yeah, as an order or sometimes inquiries and something like that. Yeah." And therefore, I think the industry is waiting for this kind of platforms, not only in Europe, yeah, by the way. And if we look to China, yeah, so all platforms in China trading steel, for example, this is so normal in China, yeah, that they ask us why there's no platform, yeah. So and of course, the fear of the European steel industry is that somebody from outside is coming into the European Union, maybe only as a platform, yeah, but then they can collect a lot of data, and of course, this is something critical for our industry, and therefore, I think we should engage companies like Klöckner and Lanxess to do this independent startups to build platforms in Europe, yeah, versus the platforms are coming from outside Europe. And what we did is we already opened up an office in the United States, and there's the same situation. And I think this is the first time somebody from Europe grows to the United States. And this is interesting. Also there is not really a platform for B2B. Yeah? So even in America is a lot of B2C driven, but nobody is offering right now there a platform for steel. And yeah, what we see, it works very well, yeah, and what Jörg said is speed is really critical, yeah, so it's not like, I mean, for decades we had CD, then DVD, and then MP3, yeah, that took, I don't know, 20 years, yeah, but today in the platform business, yeah, you have to think what you should offer tomorrow, yeah, so you have to be really, really fast, yeah, and offer the right tool to the market. And then you can see, yeah, it works very well for Lanxess and Commondis, and it works very well for Klöckner and the XOM startup. And I think, yeah, that's it from my side for now, and I take over. I give you right now the clicker. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Tim. I believe stories are almost equal, different industries, which were created, and companies which were created in Europe a decade ago or longer. And let me finish up with some of the aspects which we already mentioned. Both companies are coming out of the same history, and we did not just wait and were looking at our success story of today. We moved on. Both platforms are built on European values, which is very important. So I believe this is also a competitive edge against someone from China or someone from the US. We feel responsible for our people. We need to move on to make sure that we have jobs, not only today, but also tomorrow. And we always are legally compliant. This is very important, especially on the platform business, as we said. Either you go ask the authorities up front, or like we did a self-assessment and foresaw these laws, and then we comply to the laws. We are legally compliant. It took a lot of courage to do such a step, and you have to give courage to some of these industry leaders, because it's not normal to be a CEO of a DAX or MDAX company, any company, and put money out and do something which nobody has done before. So you have to give them credit, and you also have to give them the trust that these things are done in the right way, and we build something in Europe, and we do not let anyone grab away values from our European markets and then take the value away, kill jobs, and Europe will look worse afterwards. Speed is a very important topic because we cannot wait. As Tim said, we needed to move on. Something we built in 2 or 3 years had not been done in 20 or 30 years before, and this is very important. And I show you one graph. This is a pretty old graph from 2018, but it's explaining the story a little bit. Just the fact that a company like Amazon is announcing something decreases the value of many of these old-fashioned corporation companies by so much that you don't have the funds anymore to do something. So you better move on first, do something before someone is taking this vacuum, going in, and then you lose 10-20% of the value of your company, and then you do not have the money anymore to do such strange things than building your own platforms. On the regulatory aspects, I think today is a very good example. Let's discuss, let's talk, but you should also be interested to learn about companies like Som and Chemondis, how we did it, and you should ask questions before you shoot new regulations out, which might hit us more than any competitor coming outside of Europe. Very important. Differentiate. If you want to hit on Facebook, if you want to hit on Google, fine, but B2B is different than B2C, and there should not be one regulation for both things, because B2C is so much different from B2B. And never forget, global markets are changing so fast that we do not have the time to look at things and face regulations which we have to fight. Others come into Europe and do not usually comply completely to these regulations, which we always do, and then we have a disaster. So thank you very much. Tim, last word.
Yeah. Thank you very much from my side as well, yeah, and yeah, hopefully you could give some impact or input for your decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim and Jörg. It's always nice to hear about real life, to hear about real life stories and how our authorities can contribute and be helpful. And of course, us as advisors as well. It's nice to hear stories of having succeeded in helping you set up what you needed to set up. We are now, as you can see, changing the stage a bit for our interactive panels. I will ask the interactive panelists to come up in a second when the staging is done. And for you listening in, and I guess for people in the room as well, there is a possibility to feed questions. So I will be keeping an eye on one of the panels here for questions. And I think there's also a possibility actually to vote for your favorite questions. So I will try, if I can, to pick up some of the audience questions from the screen as we have our discussion. Are we ready to come up, or? Just a second, okay? And maybe I'm now addressing the organizers in the back. We have a polling after this. Maybe we cut a couple of questions to cut the time a little bit. But if you can do that, well, we can see that after. But we'll have our interactive panel, and then I think another polling session, and then a break, and then we move on to the next session. So those are the next steps. We are cleaning the lectern. Yeah? Okay, so I'll invite our interactive panelists to come up. Michael, Diane, Damien, welcome to the stage, or welcome back. Well, most of you, welcome back to the stage. I think I'm sitting here, so if you want to take these chairs in whatever order you feel like, welcome. Okay, so again, I will try to mix audience questions with questions that our panelists that we've planned to address. And to start this discussion, I wanted to ask the panelists to comment kind of on some general themes, and I think I will once I've asked my question, I will give the floor maybe to the new participant here on stage, which is Michael Esser, partner at Latham & Watkins. I might then give Diane a chance to comment, and finally Damien a chance to jump in and get his say. And based on our preparatory discussions, I'm very hopeful that we'll have some sparks flying, because I know we have very different perspectives here on the panel. So I'm hoping we'll have some engaged discussion. So our first point has to do with terminology and with new legal concepts. So we've talked about big tech, we talk about platforms, we talk about gatekeepers, but what do we actually mean by all these concepts? And if I may be a little bit controversial in my questions, I sometimes worry that the debate gets a bit soundbitey, all of these terms flying around, and not always the rigor maybe in terms of what do we actually mean, because these are important legal concepts that will trigger potentially enforcement. And, you know, sometimes I get the sense it's about 4 to 5 companies, but it can't be, and someone made that comment, it can't really be just about 4 to 5 companies. I mean, these are general rules and regulations we're talking about. We also talk about self-preferencing, which is to me quite a vague concept. What does that mean, and when does it actually become an issue? I think many of the cases, or actually all the cases we've seen so far, fit under other categories like vertical leveraging, bundling, and other kinds of abuses. So what is actually self-preferencing? And of course, any vertically integrated company will typically treat its affiliates differently from third parties. That is often pro-competitive. It can be an issue, of course. It can be of antitrust concern, but it is often pro-competitive and can lead to efficiencies. I think Damien mentioned the App Store as a closed system, but I mean, another way of seeing that or viewing that is that it's an example of vertical integration. So what do all these, this is a very wide question I'm throwing out, what do all these concepts mean? When do we actually have problems? When do we need to intervene? What exactly are the characteristics that merit intervention? That is the very wide first question I will throw first to Michael.
Can anybody hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. And indeed, and you asked me to be very short, so on what Damien has said, of course, and indeed the time is out for comments in, I think, tonight. Isn't it? So let me be very brief here and also very, very sort of high level. I do have a concern that the proposed instruments, and I'm hearing everything what also Diane has said, eventually lead to over-regulation here in Europe that harms innovation and doesn't really strengthen the European industry. What I'm hearing, and that's indeed what you said, Christina, you know, big techs, gatekeepers, large platforms, is more sort of a size-based approach for regulation rather than sort of a competition-based approach. What do we want to achieve? And there must be, and Damien has also alluded to that, there must be a very clear definition. What is a gatekeeper? And I think there are cases out, there was literature out for many, many, many years to define what is a gatekeeper. And the more vague we stay, the fear of over-regulation is out there. And I think we do very good in Europe not to have any bias in favor or against a certain business model. And also, my fear is that there was the thinking that there was this one-size-fits-all, if I may summarize it to one sort of headline. But the opposite is true in the digital industry. There are many, many different types of B2C and of B2B platforms in particular, and extremely diverse business models for each and every platform. And we hear network effects as one of the of the key features, and also those are fundamentally different dependent on the platform and the functioning of each platform. So the bottom line for me is, yes, I think there is a public debate on we ought to do something, but we shouldn't reach into over-regulation. And if these instruments are eventually adopted, I think we should be very careful not to do it on one-size-fits-all basis, but rather on a case-by-case basis.
Diane, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you. Thank you, I will. I think part of the challenge is that we're seeking definitions, and the issue isn't that there are certain structures that are the problem, there are certain behaviors that are the problem. That's why we focus so much on the GAFA. I don't think I agree that we need a strict definition. I think we need to accept that competition authorities, others will have to make judgments, and they will have to be well evidenced and reasoned. But people, as Michael says, have been looking for a definition of a digital platform or a gatekeeper for many years. We've not got one, and I don't think we're going to find a definition that satisfies everybody. So I think this is a question of judgment. I very strongly agree with Jörg and Tim in saying that any code of conduct has to be developed in consultation with industry and with lots of different kinds of platforms in mind. But I don't agree that B2B platforms should be treated differently from B2C platforms. And that's because in many cases, B2B platforms are a large platform dealing with many small suppliers. And actually, if you look at the debate in the United States, it's the harms that are being done to small suppliers to digital platforms that are getting as much political traction as the issues that they're causing for consumers, and rightly so. It's very easy to make these general statements about what ought to be done. It is going to be an incredibly detailed and tortuous process, I think, because the detail really will make a difference. We all want to see the scope for new platforms, new European platforms to enter and grow in these markets, and to do it quickly enough that the Amazon effect or the Alibaba effect doesn't chill the possibility of growth here. But that's very different, I think, from talking about over-regulation. Regulation can be a burden, but regulation can also make things easier for business if it's clear what kind of behaviors are expected.
Damia?
Well, thank you, Christina. I think there's a wealth of evidence about the problems we're discussing. Indeed, I wrote a blog post recently saying, you know, digital platforms, too many studies, not enough enforcement. I think that we have a range of studies, and what is quite interesting, if you look at the Furman Commission, but also the report that was written by 3 independent professors under the aegis of the European Commission, the Stigler report, is that they tend to identify a certain number of features that can be problematic. So I understand that those that are reluctant to more enforcement or new rules like to point to, you know, we need more evidence, we don't see any effects. Well, read the reports. I mean, I think you will be quite amazed by the amount of information that is available. So I don't think we need more reports. I think there is enough materials there. Now, if you think about the definition, I mean, there are 2 ways to do it, in my view, for the European Commission. One way is to identify 10 or 12, you know, features that may be problematic and see whether, you know, this company basically, you know, meets 10 or 11 of these features and therefore would be a judicial gatekeeper. Another way to do it, which I would prefer, is to have an abstract definition with cumulative conditions, because you don't want to be under-inclusive and you don't want to be over-exclusive. So I understand that you cannot adopt a regulation that would target only 4 companies, right? But at the same time, I think that it would be a mistake to adopt another, you know, regulation covering too many companies, because then by definition the content will be very limited, and we've seen that with the P2B regulation. We've seen that with other regulation that apply to all businesses. Will we have a definition that will be self-executing, that will be so clear that we will know, in the instant that this company is a digital gatekeeper or not? I don't think so. I don't think this is possible. The regulator that will be in charge of identifying which platforms are digital gatekeepers will have to make judgment. But it's not the first time that regulators have to make that sort of decision. There's nothing new here. So I don't think that, the Commission should be shy about going forward. Of course, there will always be discontent. Of course, a definition will never be perfect. But I think it's time to go forward. There's enough materials in order to adopt rules.
If I may, I see Michael jumping on the mic. I'm going to pick up a point and throw it to Diane, and then I will let you comment, and you can come back to your comment or comment on what Diane says. No, I just, it's something you said that I find interesting, Dan, that is something I've been looking at myself also in my work. I mean, on this theme of one size fits all, and the challenge of definitions of these concepts, I'm wondering about the importance of the different business models. I mean, you, Diane, said two things that I think are relevant. In your talk earlier, you said that the advertising model causes a lot of harm. And I know there's some really interesting economic work ongoing at the moment about, some of these platforms, we all know who they are, of course, sell our data. They rely on advertising. Some other platforms, sell devices, phones, and the incentives that creates are very different. And I think the effects analysis has to take all that into account. So, and you again in your talk commented that the advertising model is maybe something causing concern. But then you also said just now that it's about behaviors and not about structures, and those are, I don't know, possibly a bit in tension. So I'm curious, I mean, what is the relevance, and you as an economist might be best placed to comment on this. I mean, what is the relevance of the different business models? I mean, in terms of maybe not finding perfect definitions, but at least, doing an assessment that's a little bit more sophisticated.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question, and I accept the tension. I do find the advertising business model problematic, and of course it's existed for a long time in certain sectors without causing problems, but its scope has now become very wide. And consumers have unfortunately got used to the idea that they don't need to pay any money for various services that they value greatly. These are tremendous consumer services because the advertising funding supports them. But I do think the hunt for clicks, it drives a lot of the things that we've seen, like misinformation in social media, and so I'm very concerned about the model. In addition, as the CMA report makes very clear, the advertising market is extremely complex, very, very non-transparent. There's a lot of fraudulent clicking going on, and the bots and so on. So it's a mess, and it needs sorting out, and I hope that action is taken to do so. So I definitely find that model problematic. But it creates incentives for certain kinds of behaviours too, on the part of the companies. And so I think that's where I try to resolve the tension that you identified, Christina, because if you're a company that is selling a service or a product that consumers want to pay money for, then the incentives that gives you are very different from if your customer is really the advertiser on the other side of the market, or indeed something happening in the ad tech chain along the way. So the behavioral incentives then become very different depending on the business model. We've got this long tradition of trying to be agnostic between different business models. I have come to the point personally where I think we need to acknowledge that the advertising-driven business model is harmful.
Michael, did you want to jump in before we move on, or?
Yes, but Diane, sorry, I disagree, because we can't sort of try to regulate business models and say, because you see some deficiency, like transparency, you identified, saying the business model, like advertising-driven business model, should be changed. I think that's a long shot. If that's not your proposal, then I misunderstood. But because I think if there are certain behavior like transparency and more clarity, and so forth. I think we should work on those rather than saying, we need regulation that affects the business model itself. But again, and to Damien, I think I'm not disputing that the reports have digged out enough evidence. What I'm asking and saying is, it seems that enforcement of the existing rules is the issue, rather than creating another set of rules with another new discussion on the definition of those rules. I think the question is here: is there an enforcement gap that should be closed by those rules, as we have identified in merger control, for example, over the years? And there, I think, with the current toolbox, the Commission and the national authorities are sufficiently equipped to tackle the issues.
And actually, sorry, if I may throw in, you mentioned the enforcement gap. That was one of our questions that I wanted all of you maybe to comment on. I mean, because of course the Commission has said part of the reason for these proposals is to address the enforcement gap. Damien mentioned it in his presentation. I struggle, I have to say as well, with kind of where exactly is the enforcement gap. And I think, Damien, you mentioned, part of it, as if I heard you correctly, is, the need to show dominance on the relevant market before you can actually enforce is an enforcement gap. And I'm not sure that actually is an enforcement gap in my mind, but I'm probably putting that in an oversimplistic wrong way. But I will let you comment now, but also if you could comment on the enforcement gap, that would be interesting.
Just a couple of things. First, on business models, it is true that large platforms have different business models. I mean, denying it would be foolish. What is quite interesting, actually, is that whereas many people think that these platforms, let's say the Big Four, would present a united front. In fact, they're very divided, and it's quite interesting to see Facebook, for example, recently piling up on Apple, and also Apple trying to say, well, we've got a different business model, a sort of better business model than these, companies trying to monetize attention. The point I would like to make is that still, there is something common among these companies. This is the gatekeeping. I like the terms digital gatekeeper because this is what we're talking about. They hold the key to the gate. If you want to have your app on an iOS device or on an Android device, you need to go through the App Store. The App Store has the gate, has the key to the gate. Same for online advertising. I mean, you have to use the Google tools. Google is so prevalent in there. So, I mean, I think that I understand the business model, but still, I think there are common features which can allow us to find a proper definition of digital gatekeepers. Now, as to the remedies, as to the obligations, prohibitions, you may need different recipes to handle different problems. The final thing I want to say is that I totally agree with Diane. I mean, I've spent 1 year of my life looking at online advertising. I wrote 3 papers on the subject. Everything I've seen is really ugly. There is definitely a need for enforcement there, and I was very disappointed that the CMA didn't go forward with a full market investigation. On the enforcement gap, I think that one gap that is there, it's due to the wording of Article 102, is monopolization. We don't have such a thing as monopolization, which is a tool that US authorities have in their toolbox. I think, the new competition tool could be a way to address that. Another thing that could be also a gap is that it takes indeed a long time to get through investigations, and competition authorities have no choice under the FX-based approach to narrow the case so that it is manageable. So you could have another gap there due to the structure of competition investigations.
I'm going to let you maybe comment if you want before. We have so many fantastic questions, including some from the audience, so we need to move on to some other questions as well. But again, on the enforcement gap, I just struggle myself when you say that the wording of Article 102 means that there's an enforcement gap, because, I mean, that's what the law says. I mean, can we change the law, you know, to say something different? Is that a gap? I'm not putting that very well, but you know, can we adopt under a competition legal basis new rules that actually go beyond what the law, what the competition law provides? I mean, it's again, I struggle seeing it's a gap if it's you know what our legislator has said that competition rules are, and I don't know if anyone wants to pick that up, but.
Well, just very briefly, I don't think it's just a question of legal instruments, but also the intellectual framework we use as competition economists and lawyers to think about these things, which has really only relatively recently been converging in the areas that we're discussing today. And also the know-how. I mean, most of us are not technical experts at all, and you need a lot of technical detail to be able to enforce fully here. And then the information, it's super hard getting information out of the big digital companies, easier for smaller ones, but you need that granularity of information to be able to enforce properly. I think all these things are now changing quite quickly.
Michael, shall I pick up a question for the audience, or do you want to have a quick word on these issues?
Just one word on Damien, on the digital gatekeeper. I think it does remind me a little bit of the discussion, and it shows you how long I'm doing this. There was a company out that was called AOL, and the discussion was that they built a wallet garden and place, quote unquote, and be the gatekeeper to enter into that wallet garden. And there was the same discussion, and nobody knows, of the audience in front of me, knows AOL anymore. I don't even know whether I think it does exist. Yes, it did take over Time Warner, and another big debate entered, you know, vertical integration and content and wallet garden and so forth. But innovation and new business models took over and solved the problem back then. So all what I want to say is, we need to be very careful that we don't adopt regulation that basically affects 4 to 5 companies in the United States and say that's how we want to regulate those companies in Europe. And for the lack of, because Article 102 or 101 may have sort of a little bit room for interpretation, and that's why we need all of these regulations. That's my point.
Okay, sorry, I see the questions here shifting. We have a couple of questions in the lead from the audience. I'm going to pick those up. One of them is as follows: how can the compliance? Oops, the screen went black. How can the compliance with the prohibition of self-preferencing be monitored and enforced? Who wants to jump on that one? Diane?
I'll have a go. It will depend on the context, and it's about the transparency of the information that's provided in each particular context. So if you're thinking, for example, about Amazon and the order in which it presents results when you search, seems pretty clear to me as a user of Amazon that those have been degraded over time because it is changing the order to match fees or its own products rather than the things that suit best the customer's search. So the kinds of information that you would need to monitor and enforce there, that's one type, but you'd need a very different type for a very different kind of platform. So I don't think it's possible to answer this in generalities, but it's about setting out clear principles and being sufficiently transparent about how that's working.
I agree to that, and I think it leads also to the first question, if I may shuffle it over.
Sure, pick up the first question. Go ahead. It's something we haven't discussed yet, but yeah.
How about the burden of proof? And I think this is also a very interesting debate currently also conducted here in Germany under the...
Sorry, Michael, if I may jump in. So the question we have on the screen here is whether there should be a shifting of the burden of proof to the tech companies, right? Which I think is a proposal in Germany. But yeah, so that's the question that we're...
So if we take these two issues together, how can compliance be monitored, and should the burden of proof shift? I think that could be an instrument how this works. But on the other hand, I think again compliance is always a difficult thing to monitor, and in my opinion, it is because a lot of these companies are sort of very public. There are a lot of complaints out and so forth. So once there is a prohibition on self-referencing, I wouldn't be too concerned about the compliance aspect.
if I can maybe a word on these two questions, which are very good questions. I think, you know, Christina said earlier that a lot of companies that are, you know, vertically integrated have over time, you know, given some preferences to their own downstream products and services. Indeed, but regulators have intervened. I mean, if you think about the telecom markets, which is an area in which I've done a lot of work, I mean, you know, incumbents that control the last mile of the local loop have been subject to regulation designed to prevent a variety of forms of discrimination. So I think that these problems are not new. I'm not suggesting that we have to be over-ambitious about what can be achieved, but sometimes it is also helpful to look at what's been done before. On the reversal of the burden of proof, I've never been favorable to this. I mean, I'm generally pro-enforcement when it comes to you know, big platforms, but at the same time, I think it's a bit of a dangerous rule. I think it goes against basic principles, and so I would stick with the rules as they are now, which doesn't mean that you cannot enforce the law. You have the burden of proof, and you have to use all available means to show, you know, there is wrongdoing and there are some effects. So on the reversal of the burden of proof, I mean, I understand the rationale of it, but I would caution against it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to some questions we had to discuss that also I think links in with some of the questions we're seeing from the audience. I agree actually with Damien that a lot of this is probably not so new as it may seem in the debate. But if we do take as a premise that there is some sort of failure in our current toolbox, I'm wondering, are those failures due to characteristics present mainly in digital markets, or are the problems broader and applicable also to non-digital markets? And of course, that question then takes us to the proposal for a new competition tool and whether the panel thinks it should apply only to digital or more broadly. And I'm then adding on a question from the audience that was in the top just a moment ago, which is, if we apply the new competition tool only to digital markets, aren't we then actually creating a distortion of competition? Diane.
So I very much agree about not confining this to digital markets because, as I said earlier, I don't think you can define a separate digital economy or digital markets, and many companies now have blended approaches, blended business models, and so I would agree that to do that would be more distorting, I think.
I would also agree, and it must be sort of a horizontal application. Either the new competition tool is necessary and works on the issues identified, but then it shouldn't be limited to the digital industry.
And I tend to agree as well. I
wow.
think, yeah, we have agreement at least on something. No,
Boring question.
I tend to agree, and also if you look at the way, I mean, the language in the, let's say that in the proposal, although it's not a formal proposal yet, where, you know, the terms used are quite broad, right? Digitally enabled markets. I mean, many markets are digitally enabled these days. So I don't think we should restrict it to a set of companies, not because it would create distortions of competition. I mean, you know, tech companies don't compete with energy companies, but simply because I think it would not make sense.
Maybe I can add another word. The evidence from the US and the other OECD countries is that actually increasing concentration spreads far beyond anything you might define as digital markets. It's quite widespread. So I think this is a much broader challenge.
And there might be some constitutional issues now as well. I mean, equal treatment. I mean, singling out a sector for kind of heavy enforcement. But anyway, wonderful. The panel agrees. The clock is ticking. I think we have maybe time for a couple of more questions. So maybe one, and Diane, you touched on this a little bit in your presentation. Maybe one question further on the NCT. And I don't think we have time to go into too much detail, but to me at least personally, I think the institutional setup, the safeguards, the due process, and so on. I mean, you know, the devil is in the detail, as we often say, in terms of how the NCT might be set up. And of course, in the UK, you have great experience with the market study and market investigation tools, which I think the European Commission has acknowledged is kind of an inspiration, let's say. So I don't know if the panel has any comments on. I mean, I'm not an expert on the UK system, but I know there are independent panels. I know there's a very effective judicial review. I know there's the 2 stages of market study and then market investigation with a clear decision-making stage in between. I know there's quite a lot of transparency and interaction with the actors during these procedures. So I mean, there are a lot of things there that could be good inspiration potentially for a for an EU tool if and when we kind of get that far. So I don't know if, do you want to comment on that? I guess it's Diane again, but anyone?
So I'll just briefly say a little bit about the market investigations. I think they are a great tool. My experience with mergers, and I probably did about 12 merger cases in my 8 years on the Competition Commission, is that there are definitely often aspects of a merger case that speak to broader issues in the market, and that makes the market investigation tool really interesting in many cases. I think the structure around them is pretty good in terms of due process. It makes the parties complain that it's too slow, but they'd complain the other way if the process were not quite so robust. And they can impose very effective remedies. So one great example was the airports inquiry, where it required British Airports Authority, which was essentially a monopoly owner and operator of airports, to divest. And the result was really quickly an improvement in the quality of service at all UK airports. So it's a very powerful tool. They can be really useful.
Does anyone want to comment further on that, or should we move on?
Well, just one word.
Yeah.
I think that there's a tension in the system, which is that on the one hand, you want to do a very good job and you want to guarantee due process. That's important. But of course, it takes a lot of time. So the danger, of course, with the new competition tool is that this exercise may last a long time, and then when it's over, it starts again because there might be judicial review. So I think that's something that the Commission will have to think about. On the other hand, now the Commission can do sector inquiries, and then it has to start. I mean, if it identifies problematic behavior, it has to launch cases. For me, the new competition tool is a form of sector inquiry plus remedies. So it's definitely faster than doing the sector inquiry and then starting investigations from scratch. So it will be slow, but perhaps quicker than what's existing at the moment.
Okay. So we're running out of time. I'm going to switch tack a bit for our final questions, linking on to Jörg's and Tim's presentation. But before doing that, I'm pretty sure we're going to agree on this question. I just want to mention a question from the audience that has quite a number of votes that I suspect the panel will agree on, and it's whether or not we think the ex-ante rules should apply to US companies only. I think the answer is no. Okay. So switching tack a little bit to the presentation we heard about the B2B platforms. And that presentation, of course, showed that sometimes a more pragmatic self-assessment approach is needed. And there's the very important role of competition authorities in Europe to make sure there's enough legal certainty for companies and for their advisors. So in that context, can we further kind of improve the system under Reg 1 and in the member states? And I know there are German proposals to reintroduce some sort of notification system for horizontal cooperation, or to introduce some form of block exemption specifically for B2B potentially. And so I'm asking the panel, what do we think about these proposals? And is there a way of further strengthening the self-assessment and guidance from authorities to help businesses compete and get out there effectively and quickly?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. I think from a practitioner's perspective, that is a very important part of the advice to companies. If board members like Jörg come to you and say we would like to introduce sort of a B2B platform, the first thing you will hear is time is of essence. You have seen the Amazon slide of the announcement, and second, I need legal certainty. Otherwise, I have problems to get the funding through the board that whatever I do sort of is safe, complies with the rules, and it doesn't cause any sort of individual problems for the board. And it must be flexible. So this is the bandwidth you hear. And indeed, what we have heard are the two different approaches. The one is, and I think the Bundeskartellamt did a great job with 6OM, to present the plans to the authority and say, that's what I want to do, and then the discussion starts, and eventually you get either no action letter or they close the file. The other one is under Rec 1, and I won't go into details, to get a self-assessment and then base the entire investment, so to say, or, as in this case of Chemondis, base the operation of the second largest platform on that self-assessment. Now, the discussion is out how to improve that system further, and we have heard the pleadings earlier that indeed European industry, at least in B2B, is sort of at the doorsteps and believes we can do something here in Europe to set up the industry or platforms in competition to the Chinese and the US companies. Indeed, there is the proposal of a voluntary filing system for cooperation, in particular if there are novel questions or platforms of significant economic importance, and the Commission should decide within 90 days. Now, that reminds me a little bit of the plain old Form AB prior to Regulation 1, i.e., you will rather file this and then let the Commission decide. So the question is, does it really speed up the process, or do we have really a need for this? I think it's workable, and maybe we go there more if we see more and more cooperation in B2B platforms, because they need, as I said, the legal certainty. The other proposal is indeed to have a block exemption for B2B platforms and digital corporations. Again, long way to that block exemption. Question of flexibility, blacklisting, whitelisting, we have discussed it, but I think it's a good idea. But again, the long discussion ahead of us. Another proposal, which I think has some, if I may say so, charm to it, is a sandbox. So we define B2B cooperation among companies and say, within the next 2 or 3 years, you're within limits, so to say, competition limits, you can do, and you are safe for any investigation by the authority. In the meantime, you can discuss it with the authority. So that's the sandbox approach. Something I think would be important is to have sort of also guidance notices on these B2B platforms, what the regulator believes is good, and have a debate on it. Because from, again, practitioner point of view, I think we need this for the self-assessment, and maybe indeed there could be ways to strengthen the self-assessment to give the board even more security here. And what I think is also important, get the technical support for this. So if you have safeguards, if you have Chinese walls, have technical people out, like the classification societies, that do attest that these Chinese walls indeed work, and not just by a lawyer.
Excellent. I don't know if anyone feels the need for a quick comment. We're way out of time, so.
Very quickly, I won't be as granular as our friend. No, I tend to think that perhaps with Regulation 1, 2003, we moved from one extreme to another extreme. You know, before people would notify agreements that, on their face did not pose any problem. But now, I mean, if you're going to do, I don't know, for example, a network sharing agreement with another company, and you will invest several billions in the exercise, perhaps, getting some ex-ante comfort that this will not lead to enforcement subsequently makes a lot of sense. And I think that you should perhaps, one possible approach would be to allow the Commission to decide, when it will actually provide this comfort, rather than forcing it to basically take a position on each and every agreement that would be notified. You know, a bit like Supreme Courts can pick their cases. Well, I think that would make sense here.
And we can't do that in the current framework? I mean, there is some possibility.
No, I think you would have to, well, I mean, I haven't thought about it, but I suppose you would have to modify it. But rules are made to be modified at some stage. So perhaps that's another, you know, another thing to, you know,
More
another
reform.
project over the next decade.
More reform, exactly. No, but that's very helpful. We're out of time. Wonderful panel discussion. I like the idea of ending in the picture of a sandbox. That kind of feels nice and fun and friendly. So with the sandbox and with the self-assessment ideas, I think we have to unfortunately end this panel, which has been wonderful. Thank you so much to all of you, and thank you. And I know we're out of time. I'm now looking at the organizers. We have a polling session now. Shall we skip it or do a couple of questions, or we can do a couple of or do we go for coffee now and then come back? Okay, okay, good. We're doing a couple of questions. So while we clear the stage, I'm hoping that everyone is ready to jump on some polling voting again. So the first question is the new competition tool. How should the instrument be designed in detail? And we have the different options: the dominance-based competition tool, a market structure-based competition tool, none of them, or I don't know. So let's see what the results are. Actually, we didn't really discuss that on the panels. I'm looking forward to hearing what the audience thinks about this. Oh, that's interesting. So, okay. Quite a shifting. We have a joint lead by dominance-based and market structure-based, but then it's shifting back and forth. So I'm hoping you can all see this on your screens. Let's see where we land. Exciting. Yes, it's shifting. It looks like the market structure-based competition tool is gaining a significant lead now. I don't know if the numbers have settled, but it looks like the market structure-based competition tool has won, which is interesting. So that would mean that it would apply much broader than just based on dominance. It would apply to broader than to dominant companies. We have 52% in favor of that and only 23% in favor of dominance-based competition tool. That's an interesting result. Let's see. I think we have another NCT question, possibly, and maybe we skip then to the last question if we can. So again, another NCT question: how should the instrument be designed in detail? Should it have, this we discussed on the panel actually, should it have horizontal scope, so covering all sectors? Should it have limited scope, focusing only on digital sectors? None of them, or I don't know. So this will be interesting to see if, this is the point where the whole panel agreed that it should be broader than just digital. So let's see if the audience agrees with us on that. It does look so. Horizontal scope is in the lead. And another, we didn't discuss this on the panel, but a question I have also, if we look at the more limited sector, digital sector scope, how that then relates to the Digital Services Act. I think Damien touched on that in his presentation, because then the overlap maybe becomes a bit more, he's nodding, the overlap becomes a bit more potentially problematic. But it looks like both the panel and the audience, with quite a large majority, think that the scope should be broader. It should be horizontal and not digital only. So I'm wondering if we can skip to the last question, whether people took part in the consultation, so that we don't run too much over time? Is that possible? Right, so there are two consultations, as you've heard, and they're closing this evening. So the first question there is, did you know about them, yes or no? Is the audience familiar with these consultations? I hope you are, because Well, at least now, after the discussion today. And I think the next question also is whether you took part. But let's see first if you were aware of these consultations. Yes, 90% aware of the consultations. That's good. That's very promising. So yes, maybe not so surprisingly, our audience are aware of these consultations by a very large majority. And so finally, did you take part in these consultations? And again, it's not too late. You can still take part tonight. Okay, quite an even outcome there. 56% saying they took part, and 43% saying, well, shifting a bit, saying they didn't. So a slight lead for taking part, but not by very much. Which of course depends on who is in our audience. But I suspect we'll hear very soon that there was quite a large number of responses. I know from my own activities and clients that there's a lot of interest and a lot of responses to these consultations, so I suspect there will be a lot of engagement. And we can have further discussions on what people have said and commented on. Voila, I think that's it for this session. We have a coffee. What time should we be back from the coffee? No? 11:30? Sorry, 11:30? Yeah, okay. So a coffee until, 10-minute coffee. Coffee until 11:30. I think the coffee is just outside these doors. Thank you. See you soon. Okay, so we're starting again with our last session. If everyone can please take a seat in the room. And I had a very good question in the coffee break that I just found out the answer to that I think I should share with all of you, which is somebody asked me how many people were actually voting when we saw our voting polls, because of course if they're 10 versus 300, it's quite different. So the answer is not exact, but the answer is around 100. So that's actually not bad. So the percentages that you saw were from a group of about 100 people. So, apologies. First, a brief introduction from me to our next session. There's no doubt that we live in unprecedented times of crisis that I think none of us could have imagined a year ago. We were discussing yesterday at dinner, thinking back to New Year's, the beginning of the year. I mean, New Year's resolutions. Who knew, right? I mean, what's hit us is just absolutely unprecedented and unexpected. And people's health and livelihoods are at stake. And we may not think of competition law as the first thing on our minds in this situation. But I think what we have seen, and of course what's relevant to our discussion today, is that competition law actually has a really, really important role to play and can do a lot in this crisis. And that is the topic of our panel now. And I hope you agree with me that our competition authorities and governments have stepped up to the challenge. They've acted swiftly, decisively, creatively to help manage the fallout of COVID-19. And Commissioner Vestager yesterday in her remarks used a very typical Scandinavian expression, which many of us Scandinavians have heard from our parents growing up, which is there's no such thing as bad weather, there's only bad equipment. And that kind of applies here, that, do we have the equipment we need? How do we use the equipment now to rescue our economies and companies? And do we need different equipment for the future to manage hopefully a recovery? And our competition authorities and governments have worked very hard, not only, with the equipment they have, not only individually, but also in a coordinated manner through the European Competition Network, through the International Competition Network. We'll hear some of that in the discussion today. The current pandemic and the corresponding measures of containment have, of course, interrupted economic activity and supply chains on many levels. And this shock to our economy has created pressure on many economic actors. And one aspect here is that in some cases enhanced coordination between economic actors, including between competitors, can help to mitigate the effects. And that's, of course, one part competition authorities have to play. So in our next session, we will hear from heads of agencies, from Olivier Garçon for the EU, from Andreas Mund for Germany, from Connie Fernandez by video for Spain, about how their respective agencies have given guidance to increase legal certainty for the kind of coordinated actions and efforts that we have needed from companies, how they've adopted their procedures and adopted new crisis rules, how the focus on the digital sector and online platforms has become even more urgent maybe than it already was at a time when we're all living our lives virtually, sitting at home shopping and talking and working in our respective home offices. And I think Connie will talk about this. I was amazed actually in our preparatory discussions also by all the practical difficulties. I honestly hadn't thought of myself in how competition authorities have to do their jobs. I mean, how do you do a dawn raid when everyone's in their home office and with social distancing? How do you find information when everyone's working from home? It's just staggering, the kind of challenges also on a very practical level. And we'll hear some of that. So with that, I will introduce our first speaker, who is Olivier Garçon. I'm sure he's well known to all of you as the Director General of the European Commission's Director General for Competition, DG Comp. He's had that role since 1st of January this year. He has a past in the French Ministry of Economy and Finance. He joined the European Commission in 1992 and, of course, has had a very long, illustrious career, switching between cabinets of various commissioners and also very important roles in DG Comp. And just briefly, he's worked in the cabinets of the competition commissioners Karel van Miert, the commissioners Karel van Miert, Michel Barnier, Neelie Kroes. He's been deputy head of unit in charge of cartels, head of unit in charge of policy and coordination, head of unit for mergers. And actually, sorry, I forgot to say, he joined initially the merger task force, which, of course, at the time existed. He's also been in transport and other services, and since 2009, director responsible for the fight against cartels. As many of us will know, he was he was head of cabinet for Barnier, 2010 to 14. He also held the post of Director General for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets from September 2015 onwards. So a very, very long and illustrious career in the Commission. I think Olivier's comments will focus, among other things, on kind of the shift from the kind of urgent initial measures to maybe the longer term measures that we need to see in this crisis, but I will give the floor to Olivier to hear what he has to say this morning. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And it's actually quite good to be back in the family after 10 years of travels abroad in the wild world of financial regulation. But actually, maybe it's a good experience because, I mean, after having been dealing with one crisis, I end up with another one, which is probably deeper, well, certainly very, very different, very exceptional, because it's a global shock. I mean, the financial crisis resulted in some form of asymmetric shock. This one is a global shock, but it's differentiated. It didn't impact our economies in Europe in the same way, depending on their structure. And you see that when you look at the statistics. If you're more depending on transport, more depending on tourism, you were relatively more affected. And of course, that resulted into some form of further fragmentation, because it so happens that some of the economies that were, because of their structure, more badly hurt by this crisis were also the more fragile after the previous crisis, and still in the process of recovery. Member states have lined up unprecedented financial means in order to cope with the effect of this crisis. I think they were educated by the learning curve of the financial crisis, and the decision to preserve firms and workers so that they would not die of a shortage of liquidity at the peak of the crisis, and would therefore be still fit to resume activity after, was the right decision. But it's fair to say that member states are not equal either in their ability to line up financial means, and that contributed further to fragment the internal market, and called clearly for some form of solidarity and common response, which was done by the European Council in the form of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. How did we adapt to that? Well, we started by adapting very quickly to the first phase, which the need was clearly for liquidity. I don't want to spend too much time on state aids because that's to a certain extent an idiosyncrasy of the European Commission. But suddenly, as soon as the third week of September, we were able to put together a temporary framework, and we were able to give some form of legal certainty to the member states. And since then, we have adopted hundreds of decisions in order to cover for measures taken by the member states, and we have adapted 2 times the temporary framework. And this is because, for as much as in the beginning we were dealing with pure liquidity needs, very, very soon it became hybrid, because of course it's very difficult to distinguish so clearly between liquidity assistance and solvency needs, because companies need both. And what you will see in the next stage is it will be difficult to distinguish clearly between solvency needs and longer-term investment needs in the recovery process. So by the very nature, the type of intervention of member states is hybrid, and all rules and our enforcement need to be able to cope with that. The objective of state aid control throughout this crisis was quite clear. First and foremost, preserve the single market. And the Commissioner said it yesterday, I can only emphasize it again. This is our greatest value. This is what makes us prosperous. This is what allows our companies in each of our member states to be able to address a more than 400 million consumers market. So when the single market doesn't function, when the conditions of competition in the single market are not equitable, when it is fragmented, when companies have barriers, we all have a suboptimal outcome. So keeping a level playing field for competing firms across the single market is and will remain the first objective of our action, certainly in state aids, but across the board, in all the various tools that we have at our disposal. Let's turn to mergers and antitrust. In mergers, it's fair to say that COVID introduced a fair amount of disruption in the way we were able to work, certainly initially. We, as a number of other authorities, encouraged firms to postpone the notification wherever possible initially. But by and large, we have not seen any real slowdown in the merger activity throughout the crisis. Very soon, firms started to notify again as usual. And if I had to qualify what was the biggest problem we faced, was certainly the ability to carry out in-depth investigation, because suddenly, at least in some parts of Europe, where total lockdown was in effect, it was complicated for firms to answer complicated and voluminous requests for information. At some point, which led us to have a relatively unusual number of stop the clocks during that period. But still, when it comes to in-depth investigation, we have been able to continue to conduct, even in very complex cases or investigations. We have adopted 2 final decisions after a phase 2. One was a conditional clearance in Peke and Orlen, Grupa Lotos, and the other one, an unconditional clearance in Arubis Metallo in May. I'd like to stay a little bit on the calls I see here and there for an adaptation of merger enforcement to COVID. To be clear, more lenient application of merger control. My take would be that we should rather be extra vigilant. And that goes also actually for antitrust. I'll come to that in a moment. Of course, a crisis like the one we have gives a number of ideas that are very, very traditional in terms of how do we agree in order to resume production without competing too much with each other, et cetera, or reduce capacities, what have you. And also, of course, because a number of firms are suffering from the COVID outbreak, mergers may be a way to deal with it. So should we be more lenient in implementing our mergers standards? Well, there is a French politician that I like very much. His name is Pierre Mendès France. He's dead now for a very long time. And he used to say always, never sacrifice long-term imperatives to short-term interests. What we have to understand is what we're dealing with, in mergers in particular, is a permanent alteration of the market structure. So before allowing it below standards in order to satisfy very short-term interest, I would think that enforcers should think twice. And also, if you think about the recovery period, as the Commissioner said yesterday, what we will need is more, no less competition. Are we seriously thinking that we will face the challenges that the European industry will have to face in the years to come, but also in the decade to come, in order to build a prosperous long-term growth based on strong digital skills and very requiring green standards? Will we be able to do this by having less competition rather than more? I don't think so. So I deeply think that the crisis should not be used as a pretext to impede effective competition or lower the standards. Let me take an example that was brought to me recently. I was told, well, you should consider seriously revising your failing firm standard against the COVID crisis. Okay, well, let me recall, probably in this assembly, I don't need to recall which are the 3 conditions for a failing firm defense, but the failing firms would be forced out of the market in the near future. 1, there is no less anti-competitive alternative to the merger, and the assets of the failing firm would exit the market absent the merger. Which ones of these 3 criteria should be lessened? I don't see it. What I see is that because of the crisis, that maybe that there are more failing firm defenses put forwards in merger cases. And maybe we'll have to accept more because more meet these 3 criteria. That might be, I don't know. But I don't see that we should go under in the formulation of this criteria or the way we implement it. Because each of these criteria ensures that the situation following the merger is not less competitive than the likely situation without the merger. So basically very happy to take into account other considerations if it doesn't lead to a worse outcome in terms of competition. Because again, what we are looking at is a change of market structure that will last potentially forever. Never sacrifice long-term imperatives to short-term requirements. So the EU merger regulation has stood the test of past crises, and in particular the financial crisis. And it has shown for me that it was fit for purpose even in challenging economic conditions. Does that mean we should not continue to review and revise when necessary a certain number of things? Commissioner has mentioned yesterday the market definition notice, which by the way is not only for mergers. And yes, I remember the market definition notice because I was one of the ones drafting it 23 years ago. So probably the world has changed a little bit in 23 years, and therefore it is likely that it needs at least a review and maybe a revision. So that we will continue to do. But to approach these issues with the view that we should necessarily go more lenient, that wouldn't be my point of view. Let me finish with antitrust. Also on the antitrust side, we have reacted in a quick and bold manner. We have, as you know, had a pan-European joint statement on the application of competition rules in times of crisis that was published in 23 of March, and I think that was a very good collective achievement of the 27 competition authorities in the wider ECN cooperation. A few days later, the Commission issued its antitrust temporary framework, which is the first ever framework providing businesses with enough guidance and comfort to facilitate cooperation and boost the production of essential products and services in high demand or at the risk of shortage. We also issued a comfort letter to Medicines for Europe, which is the Association of Generic Producers. And this was to address a specific voluntary cooperation project among pharmaceutical producers aimed at avoiding shortages of critical hospital medicines for intensive care units. You may remember that at this time, we were all fearing that we will reach the maximum production capacity in these medicines that are used in intensive care units and without which you cannot provide intensive care treatment. And that seemed to us to call for giving specific comforts to these firms in order to do things that we will normally not allow, like, for example, specialized production in order to be able to increase output against this very, very exceptional background. So, and I think going forward, we will probably need, if I think of the challenges ahead of us in the recovery, but also post-recovery, in particular the twin transition challenges, to move towards more guidance in antitrust. Not more guidance in general or for anything. I mean, self-assessment will remain the rule, but I could see that for very big projects for which one single company is not able to do it, so the project would not exist without the cooperation. And in the areas of digital and green transition, the investment can be extremely important. That the companies need some form of antitrust security in order to unlock these investments. That I could see, and I think that could trigger us to give more guidance that we've been ready to do in the past. Also in the recovery phase, of course. Of course, this is a balanced message. At the same time, as I said previously, we should not allow some companies to take advantage of the crisis to rig markets, to enter into crisis cartel-like behavior, coordinate production, etc. I'm sure there will be temptation to do it, and I think we collectively should be extremely vigilant to this type of behaviors. Let me finish with the operational challenges very quickly in that context. I think for the Commission, but probably for all of us, what we saw is that we work amazingly well in a digital environment. I mean, as I said, we were able to continue our merger control enforcement, which is, as you know, extremely time sensitive, without any disruption. We were able to step up considerably our state aid enforcement in order to cope with the requests of the member states without any real problem, other than people being exhausted as they would have been in a physical environment as well. So that worked very well. However, that worked very well when you have a functioning team of people that are used to work together. What we saw as well is that incorporating newcomers, entering into new working relationship purely digitally is not so effective. I can tell you myself, I mean, only 3 months after having been back to the competition world, I was in lockdown. So it's the first time I meet Andreas in person, for example. And that makes a difference. Or Margarita, with whom I met this morning. That makes a difference. Because in our jobs, and also our teams, and even in the negotiation with the parties, at some point, you need a leap of confidence in order to close a negotiation or make an agreement. It's a lot more complicated if you only meet digitally and you don't know the person, at least in my experience. So I think it will impact on a long-term basis the way we work. I'm certain, at least in the Commission, we will never work again the way we were working before the crisis. We will have more teleworking. But I think also that we need a fair amount of physical gathering, in particular in our activities that are based on team spirit. I mean, in DG competition, there is not one single investigation that is carried out by one single person. It's always a team. And teams need to meet, teams need to each other, teams need to have confidence in the relationship. So, to close, I would say that for me, the lessons of this crisis is that the challenges we have in front of us before are still there. We still need to adapt our economies to be at the forefront of the value-added chain. That means more digital. That means being able to be the world standard leaders in the area of green, and having our companies that are world leaders in these new technologies. That means probably being more able to defend our values collectively on the international scene. And you've noticed that we've put forward a consultation in order to see how we should deal with non-European companies that are state subsidized. So all these issues of level playing field will need to be done. We probably need, Minister Altmaier mentioned it yesterday, to think about how to have a smart industrial policy that is based on competitiveness, and therefore I never really understood how you would oppose competitiveness policy and competition. For me, it goes hand in hand, and there are ways to do it. I think with IPCIs, for example, we showed the way towards what could be a smart industrial policy for Europe, which presupposes that we are able to identify what are our collective interests, both offensive and defensive, and stand for them together. So on this happy note, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
I think we have a couple of more speakers and then we come back up. Thank you very much, Olivier, and I also take your happy note that I think we're all longing for some more team bonding and team spirit in hopefully a post-COVID, more normalized world. So next up is Andreas Mundt, who of course here does not require any introduction at all, but I'll give you a very brief one. You're of course one of our more visible and innovative actors in the digital topics that we're discussing here today. You said recently, I think in an interview, that despite COVID, your agency continues to conduct a number of proceedings, as we know, with the aim to control the economic power of the internet giants. And I think you told me yesterday as well that actually, I think differently from Olivier, you've seen a bit of a dip in merger activity, I think you said, but not so much maybe in antitrust, but I'll let you comment on that. You've also called on some new tools and amendments to the German Competition Act to make it possible to take even faster and more effective action in future. I will leave it there and ask Andreas to please come take the floor.
Well, thank you, Christina, for your very kind words. I thank the Ministry for the invitation to the European Competition Day and for the opportunity and for the slot to leave behind us a few notes on behalf of the Federal Cartel Office, the Bundeskartellamt. I'm going to talk a bit like the same like Olivier. I want to talk on mainly three issues. One is how we dealt with the crisis on antitrust, in mergers, and a little bit with regard to the digital economy, because I do not want just to leave it to say what kind of specificities we have been dealt with during the crisis, but also maybe what we have accomplished during that crisis. And I think there was something. This panel, in fact, is not only about COVID-19. It said competition law in times of crisis. As an example, COVID-19. And in fact, if I look back when I was with the Federal Cartel Office during the financial crisis in 2008 and 2019 as the head of the General Policy Division, a lot reminds me now on how we have acted more than a decade ago and how we have dealt with cases. What was different this time was that our approach during the crisis was from the start embedded in some international or European initiatives. I had the chance as the chairman of the steering group of the International Competition Network to initiate a communication very, very early on how we would act as competition agencies during that crisis. Pretty much the same came from the European Commission, an initiative within the framework of the ECN, how European competition agencies would work during that crisis. And I think this, from the start, provided a certain amount of legal certainty also to the business community that we would react. And I think another thing was very important, that was we did not only say we will take these unusual circumstances into account, something that goes without saying, in fact, but that was always combined with a message that reaffirmed the relevance of competition to economies in crisis. So we didn't leave it like that. We said we are going to take a more lenient or adapted approach. We said, don't forget, competition remains important, and I think that was a very important message. And to be frank, I think this is going to be even a more important message in the future when we will be confronted with the consequences of this crisis, which in some areas we might still see to come. So we remain vigilant on the one side, but of course we take into account the changed circumstances. Of course, like in any other agencies, we had a lot of organizational issues to organize, teleworking, all these kind of issues. But I want to come back to substantive issues, and I would like to start with antitrust. The Federal Cartel Office, the Bundeskartellamt, in fact, has a long tradition, maybe a bit different from other agencies, in giving advice on corporations. We have heard about one this morning from Mr. Milde about XOM. If you take a look at our website, you find a whole bunch of reports, of press releases on corporations on which we gave advice, and that was before the crisis. So we started that very early on, and during the crisis, of course, it became more intense. We had more requests for advice, and we did that very often in close contact with the European Commission, nearly always on short notice. And what is important to me, I don't think that we took a more lenient approach. I would never put it this way. We just took into account that we had parts of the economy where the market economy as such was not working. We had a complete drop in terms of demand, on the demand side. So either competition could not work in a way that it usually does, and this is what we took into account. What mattered for us was that the cooperation was appropriate and proportional, that it was non-discriminatory, and what is most important, we might come back to that when we talk about state aid in times of crisis, that it was temporary and that it was limited to the duration of the crisis. I think we were able to raise legal certainty for companies during that time. What was difficult, not a secret, were investigations, dawn raids. It's not so easy to go into a company in terms of COVID-19, neither for us nor for the company, by the way, for health reasons. That was more difficult. Investigations were difficult as well. Many companies, as Olivier has already said, they were not in a lockdown, but I mean they were in home office. It was not so easy to answer requests for information from the Bundeskartellamt. I think as far as dawn raids are concerned, we have made use of the time to develop concepts for the protection of health of us, of those where we do the dawn raid, and I think we can say today we are ready to go out again, and so we will see how that works. Another challenge was setting fines, something that I also knew from the financial crisis. Some companies came in and said, listen, you cannot set a fine now. So we had to deal with that. How do we deal with the financial ability of companies in these times, in times of shortage of liquidity? Another issue, but I think we dealt with that properly as well. Another area was merger control. Christina already mentioned we had a sharp decline in merger control, especially in April, May. We had a shortage of up to 50%. I mean, maybe not a wonder. We have 1,400 mergers that we assess per year. So it is maybe not a miracle that during the crisis that went down to that extent. It's back on recovery, that number. It's going up. So you can see from that there is some, well, back to normal in the economy to a certain extent. German Parliament tried to facilitate our work by extending merger control deadlines for a limited period of time. Phase 1 was extended from 1 to 2 months. Phase 2 was extended from 4 to 6 months. In fact, this change of the law had a quite limited scope as far as the time was concerned. Only one phase 2 case benefited, or we benefited in one case from that. So that was helpful, but it was not a big change. I fully agree with Olivier when he says that we do not need a new parameter for merger control in times of crisis. There's no leniency to be expected, to put it in a nutshell. A crisis is temporary. The change of the market structure is forever. And we have a prognosis deadline that goes beyond the crisis. At least I do hope so. So I think there's no need for changes here. What we must see in the future is, of course, COVID-19 and this crisis accelerated some developments that had already been initiated before the crisis as far as certain companies are concerned. In the future, we might see a market consolidation. There might be big players with good, or small players with good and innovative products, but limited financial resources. There might be competitors with deep pockets who can afford to hold on, although they don't provide the better product. So we will see these kind of developments and this kind of market consolidation. I fully agree that we will also see more cases where potential bankruptcy, insolvency could play a role. I either believe that the firming fail defense does not need a change in these times, but we will see how policy reacts if we really take difficult decisions in the upcoming months or years. We will see what policy will say if we need to change the parameters or not. I think that is an open question that we are going to see. Last but not least, maybe just a few words on abuse of dominance. And here I refer, of course, to our digital cases that were ongoing. During the crisis, we could observe that major platforms have further expanded their market power despite the crisis. Or maybe I should say, thanks to the crisis. If you look at some companies, Amazon as an example, Amazon had a growth of turnover in Q2 of 40% compared to Q2 in 2019. We have seen a net profit by the GAFA companies of 28.6 billion euros during the pandemic, during the crisis. So these are good signals, in my view, that these are companies which have benefited from the crisis. We continued our work in the digital economy. We worked intensely with the toolkit that we have during the last months. We invest a lot of resources in our sector inquiry into online advertising to better understand the market. We have interviewed stakeholders. That also worked well, by the way, during the pandemic. And we have sent out requests for information to media agencies and publishers. That also worked well. Secondly, what I wanted to mention, we are doing significant groundwork as regards the new provisions we expect with the 10th Amendment of the Competition Act. By saying that, I mean especially Article 19a that is to come, where we can impose orders on undertakings with a paramount significance for competition across markets, a new provision, a little bit with a regulatory aspect, also meant to prevent dominance on market, maybe where these companies are not active yet. So it has this regulatory approach to a certain extent. I call it competition law plus, but you can put it either way. And thirdly, I must mention here the Facebook case and the ruling of the Federal Supreme Court on the 23rd of June, where the Federal Court rejected the request to order the suspensive effect of Facebook's appeal. The Federal Court agreed with the findings of the Bundeskartellamt to a very large extent. It supported our market definition. It has serious doubts that Facebook, it has no serious doubts that Facebook holds a dominant position. The court agrees with our approach to multi-sided markets. It has no doubt that Facebook abuses its positions in these markets. And finally, it has no doubts about the remedies that we have imposed. I have always called that kind of an internal divestment with regard to the data collected by Facebook. I think that is a very important case if you really want to take it up with market dominance that is driven by data collection. And here, I still believe this case really goes into the engine room of this data-driven business. Last but not least, the court said that it sees all the burden that is put on Amazon when we enforce this ruling, but it accepted it and said we could proceed given the high interest, the high public interest in enforcement in this area. So a lot has happened during that crisis. It was a demanding time. I think it will remain demanding in the upcoming months, in the upcoming years maybe. We will see. But I also believe that we have the tools to deal with it, and I think we have proven to a certain extent that we managed also these external shocks, even these kind of crises, quite successfully. Thank you very much.
So, Andreas, thank you. I'm very embarrassed to realize I forgot to say who you are, but of course everyone knows you're the president of the Bundeskartellamt. But I forgot my introductory remarks. Anyway, and he also has a role in ICN and OECD, as he mentioned himself. So our next enforcer is, I'm hoping by video, Cani Fernandez. She heads the Spanish authority, and I won't even attempt to pronounce the name of it. It's the CNMC, I will simply put it that way. She has been heading up the Spanish authority since June 2020, and I see Cani on the screen now. Welcome. Hi, Cani. We all knew Cani previously as the head of the competition team at Cuatro Casas, where she had a long and illustrious career and worked with many of us on big, interesting cases. At the authority, they've recently, I think in May, put out an action plan, 2020, how to deal with the pandemic, and I'm sure Cani will tell us about that. And as I mentioned earlier, in our prep talks, Cani also said she would focus a bit on all the practical difficulties. We've heard some about that already, but I find it fascinating, all the practical difficulties in carrying out your various tasks during this crisis. So I will leave it there and give the floor to Cani. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina. Let me check first that you can hear me well. So if it is not the case, please say something so that I can realize. Okay, I am assuming that you can hear me well. So the main challenges that we have faced during the crisis, I will first go on the main. The main is clearly the ability to provide a quick response to undertakings during the pandemic, during the confinement, during the very exceptional circumstances that we were going through. So all companies going through this complicated situation were asking and were urging the public administration for a swift response. So in particular for cooperation agreements, or also for acquisitions of failing firms that had to be evaluated in a timely manner in order to be useful. So during the COVID crisis 19, we have provided informal guidance on the compatibility with competition rules of certain cooperation agreements. In particular, we have assessed agreements regarding the following sectors: health insurance compensation schemes in private hospitals, medical devices and health products, the implementation of the EBA guidelines in the financial sector, and more recently, retailers in airport, which is a sector that's suffering significantly with this crisis. All the assessments have been provided to companies within a record time, less than 10 days, despite the suspension of the administrative procedures during the state of the pandemic in Spain. We had a state of alarm, so all the administrative deadlines were suspended. The assessment provided by the CNMC was informal, although it was reviewed by its board, and the main purpose was to highlight the limits to each proposed cooperation agreement following the Commission temporary framework and the ECN joint statement principles. But this was not the only challenge we faced. To mention others, I will in particular mention the international cooperation, because cooperation among agencies has become essential. It has always been essential, but it has become even more essential in order to ensure consistency in our respective decisions, so to ensure a level playing field within the European market. Because unlike previous crises, this is both a health and an economic crisis, so it's hitting everybody. So cooperation, as I was saying, becomes crucial more than ever. For example, a common understanding of the failing firm defense in merger control is, in my view, a key issue in this scenario. In the same way, well, Olivier already mentioned some, but I think we should discuss more on state aid rules, which must ensure a level playing field for all companies in order to reinforce European markets for the benefit of consumers. In multi-jurisdictional filings, we are going to need reinforced international cooperation because we will have to assess urgently transactions with different timings in situations in which we will have targets in distress that need a rapid solution. The merger assessment during the COVID crisis, as I was saying, was dominated by the urgency in the clearance. What I see as well is a risk of lack of consistency between different jurisdictions, even inside the European Union, because until the moment in which the Second Opportunity Directive will be implemented by us all, we, competition authorities, are going to be facing very diverse European bankruptcy laws, which will have different purposes and may lead to less competitive results. So that is a clear challenge. Also, the lack of appetite for investments in a scenario with looming uncertainty will make remedy design extremely difficult. The investment of assets, for example, which might be a good solution for companies with liquidity constraints, is facing limitations to mobility during the COVID context, such as the ones that we have been suffering in Spain. And this can have an impact in the timing of such divestitures. As Olivier was saying, in every negotiation process, there is a moment in which well, they need to be present, they need to check the assets and other requirements that make it essential to be able to be physically there is clearly a challenge as well. Also, counterfactual scenarios, which are always a difficult task for NCAs, is becoming especially hard in the current context, not only to the distress that we've already suffered, but also to the uncertainty of an eventual second wave in the health crisis, which would even, worsen the economy more. As for antitrust enforcement during the COVID crisis, we've already, as in merger control, been determined by the restrictions that the COVID crisis has imposed on our enforcement. For example, for the CNMC, from the 14th of March to the 1st of June, administrative deadlines were suspended because of the state of alarm in Spain. So investigations and proceedings have to be suspended, with the exception of one interim measure case regarding the postal service that went, it was urgent, so it went along. On the other hand, the CNMC set up a new specific mailbox, covid.competencia@cnmc.es, to centralize complaints and queries related to the enforcement of competition rules in the context of the COVID-19. We received more than 700 emails and opened several investigations in the financial sector and in the funeral services. We have been fully coordinated with other national competition authorities affected by the same issues, as well as with consumer organizations. Most of the complaints were related to the financial sector. Our ongoing investigation issue concerns unnecessary linked products to the state guaranteed loans offered by banks. For example, products like life insurance, or even more, well, peculiarly, alarm system services, which for a consignment situation is well, surprising to say the least. Well, many companies have ceased their activities temporarily. Non-essential staff has been subject to temporary suspension, and a great majority of the staff is still working remotely. So granting access to the relevant information or answering to the requests for information that have been sent by the CNMC before the suspension of the deadlines was in fact a difficult task for companies that have to comply with deadlines and to submit complete answers without the personnel being there and organized under crisis situation. But we've managed finally with the cooperation of all the companies, which we clearly thank. So carrying out downgrades. Andreas already mentioned that that's a clear challenge, and so after discussion, internal discussion, it is clear that we have to adopt new measures in order to ensure the safety of the officials and the staff involved, and also safety measures in order to prevent as well and to protect the safety of those investigated. Also, in order to grant access to the relevant information in this new era of teleworking, and we are still working there, but I'm sure that we will find adequate solutions. And in this respect, I think that we, national competition authorities, would benefit from the exchange of experiences at the ECN and with the Commission. So I ask for this. Olivier, please help us. It would be very encouraging, I think. Finally, as Andrea already mentioned as well, we will have to analyze the need to delay payment, for example, of economic sanctions, because this cannot be ruled out in case of companies with financial and liquidity constraints because of the crisis. A last challenge that I would like to mention that covers not only merger control, but also abuse of dominance and to a certain extent antitrust in general, is market definition. Because with the COVID crisis, we see that some markets could require reconfiguration temporarily or in a more sustained fashion, because the definition of product and geographic markets could change. We really have to assess the conditions of those markets very carefully. Specific markets, and I'm going to use an example, a clear one that we've, I think, all suffered. The production and distribution of sanitary masks or hydroalcoholic gels, for example, have suffered a supply-demand shock, leading to the ban of exports in some countries. Thus, other countries, depending on the import of such products, it was the case of Spain, for example, have had a double impact on the demand side and also on the supply side. As a result, the geographic relevant market in this case may have become national in scope during at least the peak of the COVID crisis. This is just an example, an illustration, to clearly state that competition authorities have to do an extra effort of concreteness and contextualizing the situation in these difficult times. Well, with that, I think I pass the floor to Christina for the interactive panel topics and, of course, for the questions of the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Connie. We're going to move to the interactive panel in 1 minute. We're going to do a very, very quick poll with a couple of questions and then move to the interactive panel. So I'm hoping the polling questions are up on the screen. So the first one is, do you think that the competition authorities acted with sufficient speed and flexibility during the COVID-19 crisis? Yes, no, to some extent, I don't know. What does our audience think? Did our authorities act with sufficient speed and flexibility. Yes, looks like the leader. That's good. Good news. We don't want to start the interactive panel with any answer other than yes, I think so. Yes. Okay, quite a big yes. We're approaching 90% yes. And then the second question, I think, is there a need for further action? And that looks like a big resounding yes as well. So the job isn't done yet. 59% yes, 60% yes. Yes. So I think the answer is our authorities have lived up to the challenge, but they still need to do more, is what we're hearing from our audience. And I think with that, I can probably invite the panelists back up for the interactive panel. So Andreas and Olivier. And Kani, I'm hoping, is still with us on the screen. So we can start our interactive panel discussion.
Yes, here I am.
Super. We can hear you very well.
Fine.
So we're going to jump right into it, I think, given timing also. I'm bringing up my questions. So the first question for the panel discussion is that I think this crisis has shown us both the possibilities but also the limits to competition law. And if I start maybe with the positive side, and we've heard a lot about this from your presentations already, you were able to apply your tools quickly and flexibly, but I will ask each of you to just comment very briefly, what do you think was the main contribution of your agencies in this crisis? And maybe I start with Olivier.
I think this was clearly the work we've been able to do in the area of state aid, because if we hadn't been able to provide for this comfort, and if the member states would have been encouraged to do what they've been doing, in other words, to keep the productive apparatus of Europe alive at the peak of the crisis, we would be in a much worse situation today.
Thank you. Andreas?
Well, for me personally, it was the reorganization of the agency in the very first weeks. That was not an easy task. No, I think we have no competencies in state aid yet. So far, we will see where this is going to take us in the future. But I think the fact that we had to deal with so many corporations, it was really a large number, and they came in very, very fast, and everyone came in and said, I need a very, very quick decision by you. And some of them were not easy, to be frank. And you had to adjust certain elements, parameters of these corporations. There were huge ones, for example, the one in the automobile sector, where we did not want to take a decision without an intense consultation with the European Commission and the Director General. I mean, all that was under heavy time pressure, as I said, and I think it was crucial for these industries to get along and to have some legal security in terms of what they are doing. So I would say that was kind of key in this respect. Maybe we were lucky that we didn't have mergers that came along during the peak of that crisis, that were maybe difficult to solve or that were really critical. But I think this work on cooperation, also together with the European Commission, I think that was key for us.
Thank you. Kani, what is your agency's main achievement, do you think, in the crisis?
I think the ability of adapting with flexibility to the circumstances, in particular, the rapidness of the response in order to help companies, not making their life even more difficult, but on the contrary, guiding them when needed, informally, because formally we did not have that possibility, and so we were adapting to them. And then from the point of view of consumers, I think that the creation of this mailbox, this specific mailbox of COVID, was also, I think, very helpful. In particular for consumers, the message was, we are here also for you. Let us know where we can be more useful to overcome this together. So I think this, in both perspectives, for companies, rapidness of response, and for consumers, I mean, the ability of reacting as well to their complaints.
So that's interesting, kind of a communication advocacy aspect. I know we had that as one of our topics, and I'm not sure we'll get there. But anyway, I guess that's an important role as well, communication and advocacy towards both the market and consumers, as you mentioned. Moving to the kind of the negative side here, and we had some interesting discussions in our prep calls. So when I say negative, I mean, what limits have you found in terms of what you were able to do with your tools with competition law? And I guess in particular maybe with state aid law enforcement. And Lufthansa has been mentioned already many times at this conference, but I'm going to go there again with the agreement of my speakers. The airline sector, of course, is a good example here. We've seen huge aid packages given to Lufthansa and others. Of course, given by member states, approved by the Commission, as you know. And there are concerns that these measures have often been given kind of on a basis of nationality, on a basis of national license. I think every single one of the decisions has been appealed to the court by Ryanair on the basis of this kind of concern, and on the basis of a concern of distortion, of course, because if you give aid to national champions and not to others operating the same routes, there's a potential issue of distortion. So, as I think was mentioned before, these packages were approved very quickly. Of course, member states have different means in terms of what they can do with aid measures and fiscal means and so on and so forth. So I guess this is mainly to start a question for Olivier. I mean, is this an area where state aid control kind of showed its limits? Do we need something else? Do we need joint measures at EU level? Do we need joint fiscal coordination? And are there other examples that each of you can give in terms of where we reached our limits with the existing tools?
Well, the limits of state aid control are even in the title. It's the power to control what somebody else proposes. It's not the power to do. So the limit of state aid control is that you can prevent the member states from doing something. You can tell him you would like that member states to do that differently, but you cannot shape, especially in areas in which interconnectivity is key, and that's very much the case of airlines. You cannot shape a European response with state aid control. You can try to make it that the accumulation of the various national response is as little detrimental as possible to the single market. So this is inherent to the nature of the instrument, if you wish. And of course, we need more. I mean, when the crisis is so deep and affects, in particular, some sectors like transportations and in particular airlines, so profoundly, the power to say no is not enough. And this is why we needed a joint European response with the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Because this is a crisis that goes over and beyond what we've ever known before. So yes, at some point you need to have a collective positive power to do, because the collective negative power to say to individual member states, no, you cannot do this, or you cannot do this in that way, is not enough anymore. A last word, however, to say that I wouldn't say the issue is that it was given based on nationality. Well, that's the very nature of state aid, that it's state aid. So, I mean, states tends to add their companies. In the case of airlines, it's not so obvious, because by aiding your company, you add the others as well, because the issue is how relevant is that company to connectivity in the single market. So you have externalities.
Thank you. Andreas, do you want to address the topic of limitations?
I mean, as I said, we are not active in the area of state aid, but state aid will come across our paths when we assess the competitive landscape in a merger or in any other area, because we will be confronted with companies that have received state aid. We will be confronted with companies that have state participation during that crisis. And of course, state aid, it's in the nature of that instrument. Of course, it has always an effect to distort competition in a certain way, because there's one company that receives state aid, there's another one that doesn't. That means liquidity is influenced by that. Your terms of refinancing at the capital markets is concerned. So that is also a competitive issue. So I'm the last one to be a purist now at this time. And I see this crisis is really extraordinary. And of course, the state has to act and has to do something. It depends on the framework, and it depends how this is going to continue. This is at least my view. And if you look at some people in the economy, Mr. Sewing, the CEO of Lufthansa, has just said, state aid mustn't become a habit. It mustn't become a habit, you know, says the CEO of Deutsche Bank, which has not received state aid, by the way, during the last financial crisis. I could also quote Axel Weber, who said, there's a right to react on the crisis with state support if it is good intervention. And he defines good intervention, and he has 3 words for it. It sounds better in English. It must be fast, it must be focused, and maybe for me the most important issue, it must be temporary. You know, it must be limited to the needs of the crisis. And this corresponds exactly on how we deal with cooperations. You know, we allow for cooperations for the time being because of the crisis. But that means corresponding, when the crisis ends, we will ask companies to end that very convenient condition, maybe, in a way. And I think this has to happen with state aid or state participation corresponding. One means to secure that is the state aid assessment through the European Commission, a possibility to impose remedies in terms of state. That happened in the Lufthansa case. Right. Maybe there are others to come. We will see. I don't know.
And that's, I mean, sorry to jump in, but that's of course a very interesting aspect of that case.
Yeah,
there was, I think, some thinking from merger control.
But this is key: fast, focused, and temporary. And so it's not so much about state aid or not. I mean, who would act differently as a minister, as a chancellor in this situation? But then you have to take utmost care to go back to more normal when life goes back to normal, although we must admit normal is not really on the horizon yet. We do hope it is to come, but not yet. Yeah.
Right. Well, we have hope. We have hope. At least we're here in person, some of us, so there's hope. Kani, I'm happy for you to comment on also what kind of limits you've seen, but I'm also going to throw in another question for you, because we have one of the top questions from the audience, I think, goes to some of the things that you've been doing and we're intending to talk about. So you're welcome to comment on what limits you've seen, but also we have a question from the audience. Could you talk about excessive pricing allegations during COVID and the role of NCAs, National Competition Authorities, and the ECN in addressing this issue? I think you had some pricing issues in Spain that you can maybe talk about in response to that question. So I throw 2 questions to you. Thank you,
Christina. Well, as for the limitations, I'm going to repeat the 2 most important I mentioned, which one has to do exactly with the state aids. We really need to ensure that there is a level playing field for all companies in Europe in order to reinforce the European markets. I mean, my fear is that we may be facing situations of distortion in the internal market as a result of uneven levels of state aid, and that is why we really need to ensure that we have state aid rules that ensure this level playing field. And this is, as Andreas was saying, something to be analyzed in the forthcoming mergers, in the forthcoming abuse of dominant positions, and other cases. I mean, we have to pay special attention, and we will need also the very strong cooperation with the European Commission. So that's one. The second is, as I was saying, a common understanding of the failing firm defense. And this is so because we currently have a very different regulation of bankruptcy across Europe. So national competition authorities, we may be either very strict or not, depending on how our bankruptcy laws are designed. And hopefully the second opportunity directive, which has to be implemented soon, will provide us with a clear view of how across Europe we have to deal with that. But so far, well, the criteria that Olivier mentioned are extremely strict, and I am not sure that that is what we need in current times. So those are the two limitations that I see, and that in a new normality, we should really give a clear reflection to both of them. As for the maximum prices set up by the Spanish Health Ministry, yeah, there was a case in Spain. Both sanitary masks and hydroalcoholic gels were subject to maximum pricing by the Health Ministry. According to the press, there were tensions between the ministry or the administration and the CNMC. Well, I have to clarify that, well, that was not true. In fact, the CNMC was providing informal guidance to the authorities at all times. Not formal guidance, we do have those mechanisms, but they are not, they were ill-suited for some urgent action by the ministry. So it was not a adequate tool, but we were providing informal guidance to that. We all know, an economic theory tells us that imposing caps, imposing maximum prices from an economic perspective is not a good idea because it has two perverse effects. The first one is that it will discourage the supply, it will discourage the increase of production, it will discourage as well the innovation, the investment in innovation in the product as it is. So we will be creating, in fact, a higher shortage of the product. On the other hand, it encourages the resurgence of black market. So it is something that we, from an economic theory, we don't want. But it is also true that when you have an overriding principle of general interest, it is very temporary. It is something that is justified. It is proportionate, and it serves a need that arises at a peak. You may consider that. You may consider that it is needed in order to protect consumers. That's the overriding principle of general interest. And in that particular case, it is a question of where to put the limits and which are the criteria. And that was what the CNMC was doing with the Health Ministry in order to help them, if adopting a regulation, at least that it was an efficient one and a purpose proportionate one. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Connie. And I'm very sorry to say we're already out of time, but I'm going to throw a last question to Andreas and to Olivier. Connie, you were just kind of getting into a topic we wanted to discuss, which is the kind of competition policy versus consumer protection in times of crisis. I mean, these pricing issues, of course, as you said, were also very much about consumer protection, and many of the issues we're seeing and talking about are a mix of kind of competition and consumer protection concerns. And of course, the institutional setup of your various agencies might play a role here in terms of what you can do and what you do. So Connie talked already about the kind of pricing issues. I wanted to also ask Andreas to comment on that. I mean, some of your cases, including the Facebook one you already mentioned, has kind of a protection of consumer data of your choice to who gets your data and who shares it and so on. And I think also some of your Amazon, you're looking at some pricing issues around Amazon. So maybe you want to comment on what you're doing in terms of competition and kind of consumer protection. And then I think for Olivier, of course, the EU is in a different kind of seat. I mean, you don't have consumer protection, clearly have competition powers, but no consumer protection powers really. But I found it very interesting in our preparatory discussions. You mentioned that maybe you thought it would make sense to look a bit at EU level at kind of unfair trading practices type issues, which is different from consumer protection. And the question there for you maybe is, are the proposals we're now seeing on the ex-ante regulation and new competition tool maybe a move in that direction, a move towards addressing unfair trading practices? So I'm afraid we're kind of out of time, but I'll throw those two questions to the two of you. Andreas, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, the Bundeskartellamt, unfortunately, I must say, has no explicit competencies in the area of consumer protection. We can conduct sector inquiries. We did that 3 times. We find quite successful, but we couldn't convince policymakers yet that we need to do something in this respect. There's a saying in Germany, I don't know if it's the same throughout Europe, that competition protection is the best kind of consumer protection. And to be frank, in the very end, we do it for that. I mean, it's a little bit like environment policy. We do not do that just for the sake of a blue sky and clear water. We do that for the consumer in the very end, that we all live in an environment that we want to live in. So it's all consumer-driven to a certain extent. The Facebook case has 2 facets. I'm not going into the details here too much. It's about protecting the consumer from the limitless collection of his data through Facebook, on affiliate companies, on third-party platforms. But of course, this has also, and the Federal Supreme Court has stressed this, has also, of course, a lot to do with the competitors of Facebook who are not provided with that data. Dealing with that data gives a huge competitive advantage to Facebook. So in the very end, it's twofold. It's about competition among competitors and Facebook, but it's also, of course, protection of the consumer. You could see from excessive pricing, if you would shorten it down very much, if you take data as a price. I'm always very hesitant to put it like this, but if you want to make it clear, you could just for terms of clarification, you could put it this way. The Amazon proceeding is a very new one. It's in a nascent stadium. In the beginning, it was COVID-19 driven, because there were lots of complaints that Amazon was prioritizing certain products during the crisis. This is where we came from. And now we might want to take a look into the question of if there's some price monitoring, if there's a system to react to prices that competitors dealing on the Amazon marketplace set, if there are sanctions for dealers on the marketplace. So it's much broader, in fact, than where we came from. It's about the findings. But as I said, it's in a nascent state, and I'm always very reluctant to talk about pending cases. So here we must see if there's really something behind these complaints that we were about to do now.
Olivier.
Yeah, I agree with Andreas that at a high level of aggregation, competition policy, at least for as long as the standard is consumer surplus, is a protection of consumer interests driven. But that doesn't mean it's a substitute for proper consumer protection tool, point 1. On point 2, there is, of course, a tension between this and the calls we have for more industrial policy, which border calls for global surplus-driven standards, at which point it's a lot less clear that consumer protection and competition enforcement are completely aligned. Aligned only insofar as you have a consumer surplus standard. The second consideration is indeed that one will sometimes lose track of the fact that unlike most competition authorities in the world, and certainly in the ECN, the Commission is only delegated the power to rule on competition policy, not on fair trade or restrictive practices, call it whatever you want. What that means in practice is that our legitimacy or competence is driven by the fact that the practice has at least the potential to affect in a detrimental way the functioning of the market. And that's quite a high barrier. When you have the two competencies, unfair practices and pure antitrust, you don't need necessarily to be so rigorous with this, because if it's not covered by one standard, it is covered by the other. Abusive pricing is an interesting case in that respect. Abusive pricing on the pure competitive standard, competition law standard, is extremely difficult to prove. So this is where it comes handy to have clear rules for the application of which you do not have to prove that the market is affected negatively. And this is where I go to the last part of your question. Yes, it has to do with what we discuss in digital. Because what we discuss in digital really is, should we have a tool that for certain categories of platform is not dependent on whether the market is affected or not? Let me take an example. Should we say that for very large platforms for which there is no doubt that there are huge network effects, self-preferencing is always bad? And then that becomes a norm. You don't need to prove that in the very case self-preferencing impacted negatively the market. It's prohibited, period. And of course, given that the main problem we have with competition enforcement, in my view, in the area of digital, is that network effects are so powerful and they deploy so quickly that it is not digestible in the normal timing of an antitrust investigation, let alone the fact that in digital, it's not a normal antitrust investigation, given the number of data you have to crunch before you can understand and nail what is the practice you're going after. So you're always lagging behind. When in the end of the day, ultimately, maybe you prove your case, everybody's dead already. And that's the issue we have to cope with. And for that, having something that is simple, well-defined, a bit arbitrary by definition. So I think, if I understood well what Damien said in the previous panel, I'm not sure I agree that we should leave it to the enforcers to define who is the legal subject of the obligation. I think we should be very clear, because what matters to me is that we have very clear rules for a very defined, well-defined subset of companies, and it's very clear what is the obligation you're subjected to. So we don't have to have years of investigations, years of litigation and discussions in order to determine whether it's allowed or not. It is not, or it is, but it's clear from the beginning. So the interest of this type of fair trade legislations, which you can have in European law through Article 114 of the treaty, is that it becomes very clear and much more efficient. But of course, that means you have to very well and narrowly define your problem, because otherwise you're very quickly arbitrary.
I find that very interesting. I mean, I think your answer is yes. We are moving through these proposals, assuming they're adopted, towards a kind of a fair trade practices more approach. That's very interesting. I'm very, very sorry to say that we're over time, out of time. I thank you so much, Kani, Andreas, Olivier, for your wonderful insights and comments and all the work you've been doing to help us all through this crisis. I think that ends our panel, and that we will have our final speech. Am I right that we now move on to the finale? Yes? Okay, we're moving on to the finale. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
So I'm probably going to end my role today by mispronouncing the name of our closing speaker. But we now have State Secretary Claudia Der Vos. who will give us a closing remark. And I think you have been described to me as the impersonation of Europe or European issues and politics within the German government. So I will leave it there in terms of introduction and leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a gift to me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to see some faces directly in front of me, because it has been a long time that we haven't seen each other. And I speak of Olivier Garçon, I speak of Carles Esteban Mosso, I also welcome Alexander Mundt, of course, and all of you who have made it to Berlin with all the impediments probably around. So thank you for coming to this conference, and my thanks, of course, also go to all of you around there via live stream. I can't see you, but I think you are a lot, because originally, of course, we have calculated a lot of people being here with us in this room. I specifically welcome your interest in that very topic. And I know, and maybe I should add Philipp Steinberg and colleagues, I see Mr. Käseberg around, for the preparation of this conference, because I know that you have done so much in order to adapt the contents and the shape of the conference of the European Competition Day all along with the corona crisis. Now we are here. You have been doing 1.5 days, and it has been the first major event of this ministry's line of events, hopefully, of the German EU presidency. And we have explicitly chosen competition policy because we think it is so important. Competition policy is a central policy field for responses to the current challenges of globalization and digitization, and fair competition needs to be safeguarded in the single market and worldwide, both to protect consumers. We've just heard something on the consumer side, and also, of course, to foster economic growth and competitiveness, always in line with the Union's long-term strategic interests. It is therefore right to keep adapting, and I underline keep adapting, the European competition policy framework in line with new developments in technology and the global markets. We are grateful to the Commission for taking up proposals of member countries, including Germany, but also others, and launching several initiatives to reform EU competition law. It is particularly important to decide how to close gaps in competition law in order to counter the competition distorting effects of companies operating on the single market, but which are controlled and subsidized by third countries. Yesterday in session 1, you had an intensive discussion of the various instruments proposed by the European Commission. This has provided to us a very good input, I think, because we are quite ambitious. We would like to progress very quickly with this dossier under our German EU Council presidency. That means before the end of this year. Many thanks also to the Commission for giving the White Paper such a high priority. I believe that the instruments proposed in the White Paper go into the right direction, but fleshing out the details will probably be far from easy. At the same time, it is good that the European Commission foresees to giving us the legislative proposal rather quickly at the end of the first quarter of next year, which again goes along with our interest in order to proceed very quickly with this dossier. This morning's first discussion in session 2 about how we can update the competition policy framework for the digital age is also important. COVID-19 has accelerated the structural change that was already happening, for example, in the retail sector. Digital platforms have been able to build up their positions on the market during the pandemic. That is why we need to ensure that dominant positions in the digital economy can always be challenged. In areas where platforms have gatekeeper positions, even temporarily, we need to create rules for access. The European Competition Day has been proven, I think, to be an outstanding forum for constructive debate of the Commission's proposals in that respect. Later this morning, now the third session, you have been discussing how competition policy and the competition authorities have handled the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, and I think we have heard that they have used all their flexibility, all their knowledge, and done a good job. And I permit myself, although I was not, of course, member of the third panel, to add a personal note on that, because as Andreas Mund, president of the Cartel Office, has rightly pointed out, the Cartel Office in Germany is not responsible for state aid. So, if I may, to some extent, the state authority is with this ministry, and it has been, fortunately or unfortunately, also with me and my people in our DG Europe, and I would just like to share with you also the limits you have been discussing, the limits of state aid authorities in the crisis. And I think, Olivier, the only limit we had in that time was that we needed a couple of hours sleep. Because Olivier and I, myself, and I would like to include your colleagues in the European Commission and my colleagues, my collaborators here in the Ministry, we have been struggling around over the weekends, over holidays, on Easter, on Pentecost, and even later on single cases, but also on the general rules, the temporary framework, etc. So I could not leave this opportunity without thanking you again for the very good cooperation we had, and echoing my minister, whom I followed at least in the press conference yesterday together with the Executive Vice President Vestager, saying that he also thanked the Commission, because we are not the only member country. Indeed, you have 27 clients, but still we always had your ear, we always had a quick response, and we had very good cooperation, and I would like to thank you for that. Now let me close by saying that maybe despite of all the constraints the crisis, the pandemic has brought along, and also with respect to organizing this conference, as I said, maybe there is some momentum which we can look at from a positive angle, because we need to make good use of that momentum. We need to reform, we need to invest right across the European Union, not only in Germany, of course, and of course we have to try and emerge stronger from the crisis than before. We need to, and we, the German EU Council Presidency, will do so, all our best we can in order to come up with common, convincing European answers. We are aiming, of course, to end up with the greatest possible consensus we can do among member countries. So thank you again. Thanks to everybody here and around via internet, and stay healthy. Thank you.
So I think that's it for me, for everyone. I think we close the conference. Thank you very much.